You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Could we rise again as a nation?
What do you mean, could we rise again as a nation?
Okay, because the state of the country.
What do you mean by the state of the country? I don't understand that. Explain me.
Right, the country have plenty money.
Plenty money?
Yeah.
How you know that? So you have to tell me I have a child. Tell me now. How you know that? Gentlemen, thank you for the day. I can't really understand that.
Oh mama, oh mama, oh yo yo yo, my nation is giving prophecy unfolding, judgment in morning. I love you still, mama. When will it end? Tell me, how did we come this way? Oh my Trinidad and Tobago. Whilst the nation still hope and pray, the devil busy, I say, oh my Trinidad and Tobago. Oh no, no, I'm feeling the pain for you, mama. Revelation strikes at your corner. Still we are holding on. Your children have lost their way, fighting for survival each day. Oh no, no, going from dawn till dawn. What is happening to my country? Every day is a sacrifice. Blood flowing like water daily. Lives could be lost at any price. The anthem is now a whisper. Some don't care to stand when it plays. The lawless is now in control, so the good folks going away. Oh, my Trinity, strange signs all around we are. The hills are alive in a different way. Your babies are dying, brutally I'm seeing here. Could we rise again from what pain? Yeah. Oh, the mighty dollar, now cast a spell of uncertainty. Oh, my Trinidad and Tobago. You see, when the rich is getting richer, the poor must remain empty. Oh my Trinidad, know that I say, oh no, no, people balling for pain and hunger, inflation, cost of living higher, can't get no daily bread. So the youth them on top the hill, somehow they bread basket to fill. Oh no, no, so they turn to crime instead. The arms of the state disappointed, still their salaries are daunted. Large increase in the fiscal budget, oil money reach a all-time high. Do I know just for so much of money when the hospitals are in need? Poor people at everyone's mercy, so the hill reacting indeed. Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, the people cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. The hills are alive in a different way. Them who take in we money must pay for it daily one day. Could we rise again come what may? Yeah. How could we truly excel in the midst of all this suffering? Oh my Trinidad. No, 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 no. Tell me, like Shadow say, poverty is hell, so it seems like the devil is king. Oh my Trinidad. Oh my Trinidad. No, 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 no. Cocaine and guns in the heart of the ghetto is what we sow, we shall reap tomorrow. Who are we going to blame? Even school children doing crime, well, that is a sign of the time. Oh, my Lord, have we now gone insane? Whilst we kill, we own one by one. Skyscrapers going up in town. Chinese laborers at the core. This new city some shall see no more. So we have to hold on to CPEP 10 days and must to get along. Scraping the bottom of the barrel with all this money in town. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My Lord, the hills are alive in a different way. You have to do more for the people. Better wages to ease the struggle. Yeah. Could we rise again, come what may? Yeah. In this abundance of wealth, still the poor people cannot cope. Oh my Trinidad and Tobago, it is a stark reality. So much have given up hope. Oh my Trinidad, oh my Trinidad and Tobago. Oh my, oh no. Some turn to vagrants in the city, homeless children begging have mercy, Lord. Child abuse have risen again. Look like Jean and Dinah come back in town. The girls and them singing the song. To survive by any means necessary, dignity gone down the drain. Some say the leaders have failed to do right for one and for all. When there is an imbalance of the scale, then the writing is on the wall. If you ignore the plight of the people, well, the devil shall intervene. It's only divine intervention. I hope you know what I mean. Well, is it true that God is a Trinity with all these crimes in sweet La Trinity? No. The hills are alive in a different way.
Population gone, run control, drug control.
And is it true we have all this money in this land of so much poverty? No. The Lord is my shepherd, come what may, yeah. To you the powers that be, hear the cries of the people you see. All this wealth and nothing for we. No. Because of living is too high. This little money the poor can't buy. Oh my, why? There must be a way. There must be a way to help the people today. I say, there must be a way. There must be a way. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. From Genesis to Revelation, in my Father's house around many mansions, to take care of 1.3 million natural resources, he made provision to feed this nation. Look, we have oil and gas, it's lake and Mars, and Calypso, Choppy and Limbo. When there is no property, crime would decline naturally, then we could live in harmony. My holy Trinity, I love you, mama. I love you, mommy. Thank you.
Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, this is Individual to the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM, and we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Let me add in no other than the one-third, the dynamic, the fantabulous, the splendiferous, the marvelous, the tremendiferous, no other than the splentacular, one and only Diana Waveney Benskin McDonald, boy.
Yes, a Trini man. What is your one from me? What is your one? Huh? What is your one?
I want
Huh?
nothing from you. I want nothing
Yeah,
from you.
no, you're calling me too much a nice name.
I,
What going on?
no, I want nothing from you, man.
All right, yes, man. Mute your wife phone. What is your one phone there?
I want nothing from you, man. Let me bring in Tommy. Tommy?
Oh, God.
Good evening, family.
Yeah, Tommy, I'm
Yes,
calling me. I'm giving you one some superlatives.
right.
You
So
know what I mean?
just a thank you, no, young lady.
Yeah. Just
All the
a boy.
all the
Street,
Trini
thank you very
men,
kindly. I
all the
appreciate
Trini
it.
men, all the Trini men up to something. Is something behind them nice name.
Tommy, she putting me all the way on top of one mango tree, boy.
No.
She putting all the way in one mango tree. But let me say this, eh?
I said,
I want to
woman,
say,
yeah. All right,
yeah, I know that. I want to say, I listened to that song by deceased originally Foster himself, eh? One of the few Calypsonians who had about 4 or 5 names. And I knew the Foster.
Me
Foster is
too.
a Wall Street boy, you know, a boy, a masterful fella. And
Yep.
that song he sing there, boy, that song he just sang there, that song will go down in prophetic, Diana. I mean, listen, you know, them lyrics and them make me cringe, boy. You know, lyrics to make a politician cringe. Them lyrics make me cringe, boy. I say, boy, look at that now, boy. That man speaking truth to power, boy. It reminds me of another song by Crazy, and we had to play that too in time to come. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
That song, yeah. I went deep into the archives for that one, you know. That one was really and truly a truly prophetic song, boy. Diana, you hit the nail on the proverbial head, boy. But let me do something, Diana. I want to do something a little different today, right? Watch this, right? I want to show you something. Let me show them this. Watch ya. Look, watch this, right? I have to take a little screenshot of this. This is Nadia, right? Nadia came in about 4:14 p.m. You see? Or Nadia. Or the first 3 was Nadia. Nadia take up, I think there's about 2 or 3 days in a row, Nadia licking up the crowd, you know. Nadia take up, I don't say screenshot it because, well, you know, let's say I forget this and I forget that. I say, you know what? Let me screenshot it and put it up to show that, listen, Nadia was, of course, Nadia on a roll now. She was in 2 something the other day, right? And then Carrot Cake come up to she. I think, no, I think she tied with Carrot Cake. Daniel's Carrot Cake?
Or pumpkin cake, I don't know.
Tommy, help me now, man.
Pumpkin cake go with porn.
It's a porn cake too?
I don't, you don't know what porn is?
Oh, you say porn?
Porn. P-O-N-E.
I thought you said porn, you know, P-O-R-N. Porn cake.
Porn, you like porn?
Yeah, of course, man.
Actually, I'm making one for Thanksgiving. Cassava porn.
You making porn?
Cassava porn.
And that's the only make porn?
Hello. Watch yourself. My grandmother was a baker and sell. Watch yourself.
I asking you a
Watch
question.
yourself.
My
porn, you will eat your fingernail, boy. Watch yourself.
I said, can Bajan make porn? I just asked a question.
Yourself. That's what I said. Bajans can cook.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there are 2 types of porn, you know. What is the other type of porn? There are regular porn, and then they have the other type of porn. What type of porn? Let us be.
What do you mean? Cassava porn. And then there's one that the Jamaicans is make where they put it on the stove top. And I know about cassava porn. If there's any other kind of porn in the chat, you tell me.
Of course, there's another type of porn.
All right, go ahead. What other type of porn they have?
I let them people tell you in the chat. You see? You Tommy,
but then cassava pone.
It's cassava pone, is it? Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I
but
don't
there's
know
another type of pone.
What type of pone you talking about?
They have a regular pone with no cassava in it.
But that ain't pone, that is po.
but Bajan's favorite ingredient is sugar. Sugar in everything.
Well, I don't blaze mine with no sugar, all that sugar. But I put my cassava, my sweet potato, my coconut, my pumpkin, and you bring everybody togetver, and your corn, flour.
Yeah. You don't really know about pone. If you know,
and your raisins,
there we go. Some people just put raisins in the regular pone.
Well, the real pone have to have cassava in it. End of the story. Well, cassava. Then you go. No. Them other pones are hybrids.
You see, you know real Trinidadian.
But she know the ingredients. Cassava.
But listen, anybody can Google them ingredients. What's wrong with you? It's easy to go.
Those other pones are hybrid pones. The real pone is a cassava pone. Yeah, fish sticks say postpone. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, every once in a while he just come good, Every once in a while. He just come real good.
We gotta bring him on the show as a co-host. I want to see what he look like.
Yeah, he does come good.
He does come good, yeah.
He does come real. Yeah, I mean, I feel the wife does let him go quite often. I feel the wife does let him roam and...
Wait. Highly sick cassava, not good for your sex life. Stop eating cassava.
Oh, God. And they say cassava fights cancer.
Oh, really? You know that?
Anthony Medford said there's Al Capone.
Hi. Welcome to Tikisha. Tikisha, you're inside. Ailey, you're inside. Oh, God, Nadia. Hey, Troy Smith have a Irish last name, boy. Troy Smith.
Bajans call pay me conkeys.
Claudia. What?
And Bajans call pay me conkeys, and the Jamaicans call it blue draws.
Pay me?
Yeah.
You could make pay me?
Hello? Something I grew up under a rock or something?
But you see, I don't understand something.
Could make pay me. Boy,
when a question is asked to find out things.
Ask me the question again.
You could make pay me?
Am I African woman?
I just had a few balls.
Nah. That answer is, if you in my class and you give me the answer, I'll give you a D-.
If I could make pay me, what yourself?
Diana Benskin, can you make pay me?
Is my name Diana Benskin?
You're learning, I like that. What You're learning. You're inside. You're learning.
If I could make pay me.
Who's this now? Who's
my eyes closed.
Who's Dingbat?
I have no idea. Telephone. Little Ron on a telephone. Go in the corner, Ron. Go in the corner.
Who's Dingbat?
You ain't come good with that one.
Yeah. That one. I will leave that one.
Yeah. Go in the corner. Yeah.
Then and Tommy, did we have a Dingbat here before? Dingbat. We had that here before,
Dingbat?
Yeah, I wonder if guys Mad Dog family.
I think that's Stuart Young in disguise.
Who?
Oh, no.
Stuart Young.
Not Skate, welcome. To stick you inside, partner. Hey, all of that easy, What Fistrick say? The program ain't good start yet. You answer them, send Gigi gone. We have been having all double murders and crimes skyrocketing. I guess it's time to stay quiet and Gigi. But the grand changing a lot since in there.
That is nuts, aka Chris Garcia.
Who's that?
Fistic says Dingbat.
Go ahead.
Dingbat is nuts, aka Chris Garcia.
Chris Garcia?
I think
I don't know that, man. I listen. I spoke to Chris Garcia already. I wonder if we did that interview with Chris Garcia, boy. I think we did that interview with Chris Garcia on when we was in the village with Marjorie and Selma. I think we did that. Good night, Run DMC.
Ellis said, Wall Street, you would like pone with them false teeth you have to eat them.
Anyway,
you see, I cannot. You see, if I eat pone and I have false teeth, my false teeth will stick on the pone and they go fall out.
He said,
plenty pone.
He said, Gerber pone, baby food for Wall Street.
Eugene Julian. Good evening. Good evening.
Welcome to the village. Hard, boy.
Yeah, Eugene been before. Eugene is my partner. You know, I'm not telling you something, yeah. Eugene is my partner, but Eugene lives in Washington. Somewhere he live in, boy. And Eugene, boy, my partner, but I was worried about him sometime. My partner.
Huh? Why? Because he's a PNM?
Why always have to go?
I have to worry about all you PNMers.
So anytime a person is a PNM, you have to worry about them.
Oh, yes. You must worry about them. You see what's going on in this place?
I didn't call you a PNM. It's the co-host, Diana Benskin, call you a PNM. Eh? So I don't know if she figured you out or what. But I don't know if she knew you. Eugene, I don't know. Yeah, all right. Nutskate, Takesha. Lana, welcome. Oh, yeah, Lana. We go show that picture up in what they have done in St. James down there. We're not social distancing. And you know what happened? You know what happened?
Spike.
Huh?
Spike.
But no, you see.
Lockdown.
You see? Go ahead. What's happened? Who do they blame? Who do they blame Diana Benskin? You can say Diana Benskin.
Rowley.
Thank you, Diana Benskin. Thank you. Oh God, that's the first time I hear Diana Benskin say something in favor of PNM.
You're gonna blame Rowley.
I don't play a song tonight. It's the first time in months I hear Diana Benskin say something in favor of PNM. Oh God. Huh?
James Chapman said, I know about corn pone and potato pone.
Those are hybrids. Those are hybrid. Them kind of pone is lazy pone, right? The real pone is cassava pone. We had to grate a whole heap of thing and get it thing. And cassava pone is very hard to get. If it fall in the middle, that crap will smoke your pipe. You ain't getting no pone. You're coming out with a po or any, right? So them other pone, that laziness. Cassava pone is the real thing. And you had to know how to keep it together and get the crust and all that good stuff. Yes.
Hey, Gary, welcome, buddy. Phantom inside. The Phantom in the chat, welcome.
Hey,
so you talking to Diana? I know you can't make no pool.
You know what? I don't have to prove nothing to you. I can give you three people I know without even prompting them, and they will tell you I can make about my cooking. End of the story.
You see, I never spoke about your cooking.
But anything I do, if I put my hand on anything, anything I put my hand on comes out tasting very delectable, delicious, delightful, palatable.
All right, if you say so, I'm gonna buy you.
And marvelous. Now, if you can't make pone, you say you can't make pone, but don't come and pelt them rocks my way.
Diana, Eugene Julia says, I hold no allegiance to any party.
Huh?
Oh. All right, Eugene, you like me then.
Diana, are you figuring out so quick that is your PNM?
Yes, a Bajan then.
Diana, how you diagnose them so quick?
Yes, a Bajan.
Diana, how you diagnose Eugene so quick?
Yes, a Bajan. Yeah,
you did a very good diagnostic check.
All your friends are PNMers.
All my friends?
Yeah, most of your friends are PNMers.
I share my friend. She's a PNM, right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh Lord, somebody calling. Who calling?
Somebody calling already. Hello, caller. You're on WZYE 95.9 FM. Welcome.
Good evening, Wall Street. This is Eugene, better known as Mean Gene.
Mean Gene? Eugene? You prompt.
Mean Gene?
Yeah.
I live in Maryland, first of all.
Oh,
and let me say to your entire cast,
yes.
Diana, Barry, and you, Wall Street,
I
hold no allegiance to any political party.
Yes,
I'm interested in any party that can lead with honesty, transparency, and integrity. I supported Kamala when she won because she was the first female prime minister. But I hold no allegiance to any political party. So, Diana.
Yes.
Diana.
Yes, she ain't here. Go ahead. She ain't here.
Right. Don't jump on that bandwagon.
But Gene.
Yes, a Bajan then.
Eugene.
Yes.
She diagnosed you quick, boy. I ain't gonna lie.
No, she was wrong. She was going to poison somebody with a diagnosis.
Yeah, tell him I say he's a Bajan.
And she stayed quiet. She don't want to mess with me.
Yeah, Eugene. She said you have to be a Bajan then.
I am from Trinidad and Tobago. Grew up in Tobago. Worked my entire life in Trinidad.
What's his last name? What's his last name?
Julian is like Eugene. So you're from Tobago. So you're doing like normal and supporting the PNM then, right?
Yeah, la la la.
You want to replay and record what I just said? I hold no allegiance.
But you support the UNC? Oh, you not know the years and then you support the UNC?
I supported Kamala because she was the first female prime minister.
But Eugene, you're losing me now. You're losing me.
No, I ain't losing you. I would support any party that can rule with honesty, transparency, and integrity. They did not. The UNC did not.
So
and I know Gary going to be mad at me tonight because I'm saying that the UNC did not do that.
Gary, he not on tonight, but in the chat. He in here. Go ahead,
I did not support the UNC.
But Eugene,
they messed me up.
Eugene, I'm understanding something, right? You know, I kind of slower from Chumaka, right? You support Kamala Prasad Besessa, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't support the UNC.
Well, technically, if you want to put it that way, you can say yes.
Yeah, Eugene, you're waffling now. You're going to the Waffle House. Come on.
They did not meet the qualifications for my support.
Eugene, you ever had breakfast at the Waffle House?
Oh.
I don't think so.
But like you're eating waffles, man. You're telling me you support Kamala Prasad Besessa, correct?
Yes,
but you didn't support.
Because I was proud that Trinidad and Tobago got their first female prime minister. And that was the reason why. It's not that I really supported the UNC. I was proud to see a female prime minister. And I thought she would have made a difference. But in my opinion, she did not.
Oh.
I think the party messed up. That's the reason why they were voted out. They only spent 5 years. What does that tell you?
Eugene, them fellas in the chat now go cuss you.
That's okay. What you should know by now, my shoulder broad. I don't get upset because what's the point of getting upset?
No, I hear you. But I still don't understand. I still don't understand your analysis that you support Kamala, but you didn't support the UNC. I mean, that I'm a little baffled. It's like me saying I support the PDP, right? And I don't support the PNM. As an example now.
No, that's a bad example.
Yeah, that's a bad example. You're right. Because
it's like you say you support Duke, but not the PDP.
Oh yeah. Tommy, that's a better one. Yeah, anyone, Eugene. And Eugene, you gotta change that name from me, Eugene. Eh?
Everybody know me as.
Yeah, you're saying you support the PDP, But you don't support Watson Duke.
No. Well, definitely I don't support Watson Duke. Definitely.
But so therefore you cannot support the PDP then?
No, I cannot. As long as he's a political leader, no.
But so all right. So you have to, well, you see, you already told me that. Now you're supporting the PNM because you ain't supporting the IDA, and there's only 3 parties running in Tobago. Well, 2 parties.
Let's go back to what I said at first. Any party that can rule with honesty, integrity, and transparency, they have my support.
So the PNM doing that in Tobago?
I think so. Well, at least up to now. Let's see what the people
But wait. What about, you remember, I hear some talk about some zipline something. You remember that?
Oh man, I think that is political propaganda, man.
Oh, all right. What about the one with the fellow with the food vouchers? That propaganda too?
I don't know how that video. Listen.
Now just ask some questions, Eugene.
Social media is what is destroying this world. Social media, anybody can go on social media and doctor some kind of video and change everybody's mind. You believe that?
Well, no, listen to this. I think the guy admitted that that's how they do business.
That's not what I heard, Wall Street.
What did you hear?
Listen, did you listen to Dennis?
Who's Dennis?
At a press conference after that video had surfaced?
Or the THS secretary?
Yeah, Anson Dennis denied it. So who should I believe?
No, but the guy, it is my understanding that the guy admitted that that's how they do business.
It is your understanding?
Yeah.
Do you know if it actually happened?
No, understanding means to say that's what I understood. It doesn't mean to say it's accurate.
Okay, well, that's the point I'm trying to make. I don't think it's accurate.
So I hear something now with Franca calling out the PNM in Tobago, and then she apologized. What do you think about that?
I think she out of her mind.
She what?
Out of her mind. She doesn't know what she wants.
Eugene, you really?
How is she
Eugene.
Be in the PNM and then call out one of her colleagues?
Why not? Why not, Eugene?
At a time like this?
No. She did it previously before they pick up to be a candidate.
I don't think she's genuine.
Oh, so Eugene, your party not picking genuine people? That what you're saying?
My party.
Yeah. I mean, the party you support and I support not picking genuine people. The party that both of you support.
Listen, let me say this. My mother was a staunch PNM. She was a county councillor.
Oh God, Eugene, I tell you that story from all about my mother was this and my father was this.
Let me tell you this. A lot of people associate me with the PNM because of that. Okay? But that doesn't mean that I'm a staunch PNM.
So you're non-alliance as far as the Tobago House of Assembly election is concerned?
To be honest with you, I think the PDP going to win.
Oh! Hey! It's a good thing, Eugene. That is your voice tape there, you know.
I want it taped.
I want it.
My honest opinion.
Diana and Tommy, did you all hear that?
Yep, loud and clear.
And I want Gary to hear it too.
Gary?
There's a reason why I'm saying that.
Why is that, Eugene? Why?
Because they seem to have a stronger. Take out Watson Duke. Watson Duke might be the reason why they lose.
Why?
When you look at Dr. Faith and Farley to a lesser extent, plus that woman that they had on last night or night before, they sound pretty good to me.
Ooh, boy.
I'm not in the ground, so I don't get a good feel of the voice of the people in Tobago. But this is my opinion from outside looking in.
Eugene, I think he made a good assessment. I think he made a good assessment.
Eugene, you come on this program. You started telling people that you don't like Watson Duke.
No, I don't.
You're supporting the PNM, and then you waffle again. You went to the Waffle House at third time, and you go back and you say the PDP go win. How much time you ever waffle, Eugene?
You can call it what you want. I gave you my honest opinion.
Okay.
Why should I? listen, you and I spoke, and you said you like to call a spade,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That is the spade I see.
But you know, Eugene, I agree with you. Sadly, I agree with you.
I think he has good vision.
Yeah. No, I agree with him. Eugene, you get me since you left the Waffle House and you come outside, and me and you talking outside, right? You're no longer in the Waffle House. You're the entrance now. I believe that was a good assessment.
Well, I had to end on a good note, man. I can't let
Eugene, it's always a pleasure, man.
I can't let Diana think. I can't let Diana think that I'm just on her poetic episodes and all this. I know Diana listening.
Yeah, she will pour a poet episode on Mean Gene, right? You know, she want to pour a poem. She going to do a poem with, well, Mean Gene, who is so clean, he went into the
No, Anslem, tell him mean stands for man that is easily analyzed, non-affiliated.
That is going to get compliments if she does that.
Hey, Gene, Diana said mean stands for man that is easily analyzed and
non-affiliated.
Non-affiliated. Man that is easily analyzed, non-affiliated. That's not Gene. Gene tell you you're affiliated with the PNM. The man tell you, but Gene, what I like about you, you're honest. You tell us where you stand, then you shift the goalpost and you move from where you stood.
He's a PNM. Yeah, his mother was a PNM. Yeah, PNM blood in him.
Hey, Gene, it's always a pleasure, man. We appreciate you. Yeah, man. All right.
I'm locked on and listening.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah. Well, let's see, Eugene in Washington, boy. Eugene here, Diana call him out. Diana says I pay them. And Eugene come in. But Diana, he waffle about 4 times a day, you know.
You know, his mother was a PNM, so he had PNM.
His mother was a PNM too. Yeah, you see them PNM and them, right? Them underground PNM and them, right? They'll be like, well, you know, my house was a PNM household, you know. All they don't know. You know, my mother tell me about this. Tommy, your family was a PNM household too?
No comment.
All right, no comment, boy.
Actually, my mother was a Eric Williams supporter until I passed common entrance. But then she got very rooted when I lived in Marbella and they sent me to Palo Seco. Oh man, that made her up and leave the country right away.
Yeah,
I'm gonna lie to you.
Tommy and Dan, I'm gonna lie to you. You see, gene assessment as a person living on the outside, as a person living on the outside, it is a very accurate assessment. It is a very, very, and the PNM people, all the listener, all the listen. You see the people on the outside, when you look at Tobago, not Trinidad, we're not talking about Trinidad. We're talking about Tobago specifically for the THA election. This THA election, when we look at it, we see something totally different with respect to the PDP. And Gene said it. I never come here no night and talk nothing about no PDP. But when I look at PDP and I look at the PNM, I see something totally different.
Oh, yes.
And if the PNM don't wake up, if they don't wake up, they could cancel Christmas in Tobago. You see, and let me tell you the next thing. Let me go solo there. Let me go solo. And it's a banana solo. It's not a red solo, a banana solo.
Not a fig solo.
No fig solo. You see, let me give all the examples. All you know, I like to give all the examples. It's an organization in Tobago called CivilNet. Right? They are running programs for all the parties in Trinidad and Tobago for them to send a representative to come and talk about the issues facing Tobago. Right? You know the only organization not sending a representative?
PNM.
The PNM. Why is that? Why PNM? Why are they not sending a representative on CivilNet? You see, you know why?
They're too big.
Huh?
They're too big.
They're too big and they empower. Or they empower in Tobago. Or them running ETH, we ought to send nothing over there. Just like all the treat WZYE 95.9 FM.
Listen.
We got to send nobody over there. We send nobody over there for. We in power.
Anselm, there's an awakening going on, you know.
A rude awakening, you know. A rude awakening waiting for you. Because all of us feel, all of running election like it was 1956 and 1962 and 1972. Times are changing.
Buffington in charge, you know, so he can buff everybody all the way.
Times are changing. I sent Tracy Celestine Davidson an invitation to come on the program. She didn't even have the common decency to answer it. Not even decency to answer it.
Them bigger than everybody.
Bigger than everybody. I sent Watson Duke answer. I sent Fari answer. I sent Dr. Soyofat answer. I sent the chairman of the PDP, the chairman answer. Why Eleka answer? How all they think they're better than everybody else? Why?
They learn. They will learn.
And Tobago is predominantly black.
They will learn. And to see Dr. Oli's from Tobago, which is even worse.
Why? Let's treat people like they're second-class citizens.
They got
civil net. Or they could call them PDP, or they could call them whatever. They have candidates from different parties. Or they're supposed to send a representative.
PNM, they're going to feel it.
Or they feel they're bigger than everybody. Or they're back in the Stone Age, 1956 times. But all they could do what they want. And do people as they feel. Things changing. Things changing. All they don't move in the times, right? All they will become dinosaurical.
No.
That's how we done, huh?
I don't know. But let me tell you.
Dinosaurical, I make it up.
Yep.
Or they can go there bigger and better. Or they can't go on civil net. Or they can't send a candidate. Don't send a candidate. Send a chairman of the party. Send a vice chairman. Send a fella who is just a whatever he is. He does watch the race for the PNM. Send him. Or they ain't sending nobody. None. Because they think they're bigger, or they're better, or they're badder than everybody else. Just like all they're treating people in Chumaka, Clavantil. No different. Same thing. Different island. Same type of behavior. Look. Well, look, I'm not vet before I go and drink some rum tonight, eh?
Alex Laborde say, after the general election, you go ball. You're vexed now, but you go ball.
Why balling for?
I don't know.
Why balling for, Alice?
Ask him.
Alice, why balling for? Maybe if I come on your island, I go ball. If I come on that island, you happy. I go ball.
What's the island? Fantasy Island?
Ellis Island.
No, Ellis Island.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Fantasy Island.
Yeah, you might be on that island too. You might be on a different island.
I you know what I don't like, Anselm? They underestimating the intelligence of Tobagonians, coming waving trinkets in front of them. You know? So where they come from all of a sudden? You think Tobagonians thinking about their right now, they're thinking about their children's futures. They're thinking about how you're carrying forward the country, how you invest, what are you investing in the island? How are you, you're building the jetties and all these things. They're just waving blank $500. So my child's future is worth $500 for a food card.
But Diana, you know what happened? You know what happened? They send Eugene tonight, They send Eugene. I feel they send Eugene to disrupt my peace. I feel so. Eugene, they send you.
Yeah, your
they
child.
Send you, Eugene. You set me up.
Your child's future is worth a $500 food card. Your child's future.
Eugene was pretty level,
I know Eugene is my partner. He's very level. He come out the Waffle House. He stopped waffling, and once he come out from the entrance, he started to speak truth to power.
Your child's future is worth an appliance. Yeah, and after that, what? Nah, Tobagonians smarter. They're wiser.
The fathers are Tobagonian.
They're not
brothers are Tobagonian.
They're not putting up with that. No.
I have to be careful now, because them fellas and them, they go and victimize them people and them. I have to be careful,
Operate that kind of draconian.
I can't. Next thing is the 4 Ds they're going after with them,
Yeah,
dismiss, destroy, demonize and discredit. Before these in the be had to be careful, boy. Hey, father, watch yourself, eh? Don't tell them what your last name is. Because if you say that fella up there in foreign, or you easy father, eh? You easy father.
But you don't tell them, baby. They don't
that fella brother up there. That PNM fella, eh? All right, let me say welcome. Hey, Sleepy, welcome, boy. I mean CV. And as can't see the V, boy. That V look like a L. CV, welcome. I talked to Lana already. Lana here inside.
There's a David Wainwright in here. Who's he?
David who?
Wainwright. I've never seen that name.
Look, my partner, Vonnie Roberts, boy. Vonnie, how you going, partner?
He wants to know if you think the EBC favors the PNM and that the boundaries are fixed to favor the PNM.
Nah. You see, all of us get tired up with all them kind of things.
But Dr. Bishnu Raghunath answered that question when he was here, I think, you know.
Yeah, don't get tired up with that. Don't get tired up with that. Don't get tired up with that. Lana wasn't the one with the jacket on time. Nah. When I come and deal with fellas like Ellis Island and breadstick and fish stick and cashew nuts and swallow field.
Wait. Raj. Yeah.
Raj V too.
Yeah,
Raj V and
let me answer Raj's question.
Yeah.
Raj
that
V.
the fig fella? That not the fig fella?
That's the one that sell figs to try to buy me a ticket. Raj V or Rampasada, you know. Raj V. The free written house today, why all it is want to lock up innocent people, eh? Let me tell you, Raj V.
That written house thing, I'll tell all you see that. We're trying to make that entire race thing, that has nothing to do with race. I'm sorry.
He kill white boys. He kill, you know.
It's 2 white guys he kill.
And it come and land in their lap now, right? So
who's that? Who's Prophet 1 now? Prophet 1. We're Prophet 2. Well, if Prophet 1 say, come on, man, this is 2021. What do you mean by that? Let's say a lot of Prophet 1, whoever that is.
Okay, Prophet.
David Wainwright say he's one of the invisible people. You have the power to be invisible, David Wainwright. Well, sell me some in a bottle now. That I could go Trinidad and slap some of them people wrong the head, slap some sense in the head.
Jacqueline Gajrat saying welcome. Welcome, Jackie.
Because they ain't got no sense, man.
Jacqueline. Hey, I see my partner Tabakit, boy. Tabakit, where is, boy? I ain't see you, boy. I hear Tabakit, boy, going on what's in Duke, boy. Oh, them fellas and them, boy. Oh, God, they ain't easy, you know. Them fellas them like to go to the Waffle House so often, you know. When you're living in Trinidad, there's plenty of Waffle House just be going, you know. One day, as who they said that today is today, tomorrow is tomorrow. It ain't easy, you know.
Is what? Is people protest or party protest?
Party protest, you know, people protest. Oh, come on, man, let us be honest with that. Hey, look who just jumped in. No, he just jumped in. Ellis Island. He come in a little while. I
told you.
Yeah. Anthony Medford too. Anthony, welcome.
What do you want?
Oh, I missed this. The chat kind of slow for me. Ann Walcott say potato pone. Say hello to Ann Walcott. Ann, where you joining us from?
Hey, Ann.
Ann, where you joining us from? Tell us where you joining us from.
What kind of where you are? Answer, you are internet at your house. You don't have no internet.
No, the thing that be going slow.
Well, Dad, you are internet. You have no internet because I don't see them thing long time.
Oh, you call them already? No, because all right, listen, you go call them because when I don't call them, it have people in the chat just complain. Or tell them a little fella in the chat.
You are alternate.
No, but remember the fellow that's going in the corner all the time?
Well, you know, I calls.
Go ahead.
Slap somebody say, Ellis tell me to slap you.
Ron, what Ron is asking is what everybody wants to know. Why do you go to a protest with a gun? You obviously went to do something
No, but you could, if you could carry, you could carry. You ain't breaking any law.
Answer. I hate to say it. If that was a black dude walking around with a gun strap on him, it would have gone down differently. That's all I's gonna say.
But then
let me finish now. That Rittenhouse, that have white privilege written all over it.
Diana, you see that? I could agree with that.
Yeah.
I could agree with that. As opposed to Diana, he was defending himself. He had to defend himself.
White privilege.
But then let me ask you a question. A fella have a gun and you go and attack him?
Nope.
A fella have a gun and you will go and attack that fella with a gun? Nope. You have to be missing a few screws, man.
That's right.
Perhaps they thought he was a lone wolf shooter.
Look.
I'm just saying, Answer. Perhaps they thought he was a lone wolf shooter. Perhaps in this climate here in America, and perhaps they thought they were going to disarm him.
Disarm him?
Yeah.
Who's Shanda Elborn?
New to the chat. Never seen that name. Hello, Miss Elborn.
Only they spell Elborn backwards, you know. Only watch
watch it, Shanda Elborn. Oh, yeah, family boy.
Somebody trying to pull a fast one, you know. Only say hello to James Chapman.
Hey, James. Welcome to the village.
Eugene say, Wall Street, don't worry me. How I worrying you, Eugene? When you're going to the war frost, I'm not worried.
The black agenda was premeditated for morning time. Oh, Lord. I will protest with my Trinbagonian family for better things for citizens and the country. That's right, Lana. Yes, I'm protesting for no love from Trinidad. Yes, Shanda, love from Trinidad. Yes.
Who from Trinidad?
Elborn. She's not Leeborn, she's Elborn.
E-L-B-O-R-N-E? No, I mean
B-O-U-R-N-E.
Look. That person spelling Leeborn backwards. I don't care what nobody say.
How you can say she's spelling her name backward?
Because she want people to know she's in the family.
Aslam, you need some family or what?
No, I have plenty family.
All right.
I plenty. What? It look funny about well, she can only make trouble.
Nuts cake, you're absolutely right. All system, when a system was not designed to protect, to include you, how can it protect you? All systems, if it was not designed to include you, therefore you don't have any privileges to gain from that system. And this system here in America, what it was, African people were brought here as slaves, and it was intended that we remained as slaves. But the whole thing come and get upset when Abraham Lincoln say enough is enough and freed them. So here's where the problem come in. What are we going to do with all these freed black people? Yeah, we were intended to be slaves perpetually, and that is the problem.
But Diana, you missed one of the things in the chat, you know.
Well, I'm missing the chat.
A fella said Diana Benskin could cook. Somebody said it was bone water.
Yeah. All right, Ron, you go right ahead. Keep it up.
You see me call her name? Hey, look, nuts cake. Look, carrot cake. Carrot say, I said she hate walls. She don't lie. What? Rajvi?
Yeah.
Francoma Street? What is that? Francoma Street? What is that one? What Rajvi talking about? I don't know.
And he don't know how to boil. He don't know how to boil an egg.
But hey, you see? Look. When you Roberts, you get like the rest of them, you know. Aisha has been on this program already. Google been on the program too. Google called into the program. Come on, man, Vonnie.
I wasn't on that night because you don't like me.
You wasn't on that night?
No, I probably was in England somewhere. I don't know. I wasn't on that night. He don't like
both of them was on the program already, man. Oh God, come on, man. Erica said, but he was a PNM, he's a PPP now. Erica, you Erica, I give you message, girl.
So let me go back to my thing, right? What do you expect after 400 years? Let me come on camera. 400 years of indoctrinating people that a certain race is lower, inferior, and then all of a sudden you wake up one morning and that doctrine is no longer practiced. You're gonna have people, you know, and that's where the KKK was born, and the police force, yeah, the name force, the police force was born to patrol free slaves. So, you know, you said it's 400 years, you know, it ain't no 10 years or no 15 years, you know, 400 years of having your, you know, your reigning superiority over people that look like me. So when you wake up and you have to deal with them and they're on a certain level, the same equal level, supposed to be, then laws have to be passed. EEOC laws. It's still things still going on. And these places, these far out places in America, you don't know what's going on in their isolated individual domiciles, what they're teaching their children. Or I don't know what people teaching their children. So they come out into the society. And you know why is it?
Dana, stick up in.
Okay.
We gotta go for a quick station identification. Stick up in, stay ready. Of course, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. David Wainwright, welcome. I think David have he had a brother in here before, David Wrongwright. So we now get David Wainwright. Anyway, so stick up in. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. When we come back, I have a video to play for you, and we go compare and contrast, and we go see Trinidad want to follow all these other countries, right? We go play that video for you. Diana go continue, and then we go play that video, and then coming up next, we'll have the PDP chairman in the village of the DAG Triplets. Stick and stay. Let's go for a short station identification. Of course, it's in the village of the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, we are back with you. It's in the village of the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Go ahead, Diana.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you know, why is it African households have to have a conversation with their children if you encounter the police, how you should behave? Is this conversation being had with, you know, the Caucasian and the other races' children, you know? And when I'm driving and I see Popo behind me, wherever he go, if he's responding to an emergency or he just decided he wants to put on his lights, I get a kind of a, you know, I'm like, you know, I don't want them in my face. I don't want them in my face. I don't like no encounter with police. The last time I had an encounter with the police, I was in the back of a taxi and they pulled over the taxi driver. Apparently they were looking for him and they pulled gun on the taxi driver and pour me in the back seat. I said, well, what is it? And he locks the car. You know, they lock the car when they have the fare in the car. So I said, hey, my man, open this car. Let me get out of here, please. Thank you. So when he opened, he hit the lock. I said, and I opened. I said, I'm talking loud. Officer, the one that was on my side, I am opening the door and my hands are in the air. I am a passenger. I don't want the door to hit you. I don't want to assault you. Please don't shoot me. And I was going on and on and on like that. And it happened in the Bronx, you know? And I was like, well, and when I got away from this, I don't want to know what to do with he. I don't want to be there. I don't want nobody call me as a witness, nothing. I don't want to be there. Now, had I seen, you know, an uncomfortable situation where they, you know, want to George Floyd him, perhaps I'd have gone one side and sneaky and take a video. But they arrested him and They, whatever they did. I went along by my business. But, there are places in America that me, up to today, as an African woman, can't go. I can't go and buy a place there. I can't go and live. I can't go and walk through. Yeah. There are places like that.
It's much improved than what it used to be.
But they're still around.
Yep.
And there's certain states that you ain't finding Diana Benskin in. There's places like Mississippi, Alabama, and them kind of places. I ain't going. Anytime I see that Confederate flag hanging, I go in the other direction. You understand me? Because I know what that Confederate flag stands for. And I ain't going. That red, white, and blue, that ain't. A good Diana going the other way. So when you as an African woman, you're out there. I don't go out there with my head in the cloud, You have people barging into the stores, shooting up people.
Yellow.
You have. I'm an African woman. Let me tell you what happened to me. I moved into my place. The police came here. He comes here and he asks for Wayne McDonald. And I tell him, I said, well, they ain't got no Wayne McDonald here. And I shut my door. So he get highly annoyed. So he go down, he run the plate. He come back again. I'm bringing my doorbell. And when he ring the doorbell, I open my door gently. He have his hand in his hip. And I said, yes, can I help you, sir? He said, I asked you for Wayne McDonald, and you tell me there's no Wayne McDonald. I said, but there ain't no Wayne McDonald here. He pronounced my first name incorrectly. You understand? Now, I realized the situation was escalating. I said, hold on, officer. You're pronouncing the name wrong. If you look at it carefully, it's Waveney. That is how you pronounce it. And if you're asking for Waveney McDonald, I am Waveney McDonald. And then he looked at it, he said, oh, yeah. He thought I was trying to deceive him because they do a check, when people move into these places and they check out your license, your plate, and make sure And he was very annoyed that I told him, ain't no Wayne McDonald here. He got hired, he come back in enraged, but I de-escalated him. Had I continued, he would have probably want to pull the gun on me and do whatever he wanted. You understand? So I realized, I said, well, let me get him away from my door quick. I tell him, it's Waveney, and that is me. How can I help you? He said, oh, no, I just was, concerned, and we're doing neighborhood checks and blah, 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 blah. I said, well, that's me, sir. You're looking at Waveney, it's not Wayne. Easily so, that could have escalated. Could have quick to put down on the gun. You understand? So, hey, it is what it is. In this skin here, rich of melanin, you're not safe. You're not safe. No time. Don't ever walk around and say, oh, I'm safe. You're not safe. I don't feel safe. I feel safer with Biden at the helm. But when I'm out there in that society, I always expect some stupidity from some creature. You understand? And I'm always, okay, where they coming from? Yeah. That's how I walk around. So, had I not been trained, I'm trained in de-escalation. That thing could have escalated at my door. Because he would have think I'm trying to evade him. Because he think he was right with the name he had.
So Diana, and Tommy, Ron DMC asks, why did Rittenhouse went out in a rally with a gun? Was it intentional? Just asking. If you could carry, you could go wherever you want with your gun.
Yeah, if he has the carry permit.
Yeah, if you could, it doesn't matter. It could be a rally, no rally. You could go wherever you want. You could go out with your gun, right? Diana, Ellis Island said, Diana, slap Wall Street now, please.
You know how long
you read that?
Ellis, listen. Good.
But listen, you see, he wants you to be violent. That's what he's encouraging you to be. And you are taking him, you are agreeing with him.
I slap
so
you.
You want to become a violent person.
I give you a virtual slap.
No, but don't encourage me to make you violent though. Why is that? He's a female.
I give him a virtual slap.
Yeah. Oh, you read this quote by Ann Walcott already?
Who's that?
USA by way of Tobago.
Who's that?
Ann Walcott.
Yeah, I read all that already.
Oh, Ann is new. Ann, what part of Tobago by way of what? Oh, Nadira, I forget Nadira. Nadira, is it Nadira, boy? Let me look at my phone. I think it's Nadira called somebody darling, yeah? And I wasn't too happy with that. Somebody else in the chat. You know what I mean? Nadira, that was you? You call somebody darling. I say nah, boy. Let me see if I had that one, boy. When them things come, I gotta take them no down because all I say I was forget. Let me see.
I'm having a piece of white.
Oh yeah, it is. No, it's not Nadia. It's Nadia. It's Nadia. My bad. I'm mixing up Nadia with Nadia. My bad. What did I forget? Nadia, I apologize. My apologies.
I'm having a piece of Ferrero white chocolate with macadamia. Go ahead.
She said, she called people. She said, hi, Run DMC, good night. Hold on, I'll just keep it there. Nuts cake, dark and lovely. Rajvi. She ain't gonna name to Rajvi. My dog, no name either. Ellis Laborde, will see it, no name. And then Darling Vonnie, good night. Nadia, where's that one? Nadia, where's that one? I understand that. But I want to quickly get this before we get the chairman of the PDP inside.
Wait, Nutscake have a question. What? They asked for Ronald McDonald. No, they asked for Wayne. They always mess up my first name. What they do, they just run who's moved into the neighborhood new and all that. They want to put their face to you. It's a small town I live in.
So folks, the chairman of the PDP, Dr. Sean Nedd, is already sitting and waiting for us. Sean, give me a few minutes, Sean. I just want to do something, and I want to do this. So I will cut it in kind of half because the chairman of the PDP is waiting to talk to us. And anytime our chairman comes into the village, we have to make sure we give him enough time to say what he has to say. You know what I mean? Hold on. So I want to let you quickly watch this. This is by the Ministry of Labor in Trinidad and Tobago.
One of their childhood potential and dignity is called child labor. All them hard work that have me stressed out, depressed, and unhappy as a child. Labor can cause some serious mental and physical effects, such as depression and drug dependency. In my rights to an education can help prevent child labor and poverty. Furthermore, education promotes peace and tolerance. Mommy, I am not doing any work again. The legal age is 16. Some parents would never understand. Children, I wish we could have a voice and not be afraid to speak and not be afraid to speak up when we are faced with these situations.
So all you see that one, right? Let me play this other one now. Think about this, right? Let me play this fantabulous child prodigy here.
And we are all reminded that the rights of children are no joking matter. Sir Mighty Sparrow said it in his own unique way when he sang, Education, this is the foundation. Our rising population needs on education. To be recognized anywhere you go. You got to have your certificate to show. To enjoy any kind of happiness. Knowledge is the key to success. Children go to school and learn well. And when they done it, I don't get without an education in your head, don't have to be secondary so rude in this whole wide world. What uneducated little boy or girl? For our eyes of iron to lead you astray, to overthrow your gospel yesterday.
So here it is quick, right? So Diana Benskin, let me ask you a question now, yeah? When I was 12 growing up in Chumaka, Clavantel, we had 5 mango tree in the yard, we had a chena tree, we had a guava tree, we had a fig tree. Not the fig tree what Raj was talking about, right? We had a guava tree, we had a soursop tree, we had a coconut tree. So if my parents tried to teach me to be an entrepreneur at a long age, in Trinidad and Tobago now, we want to call that child labor? What kind of madness is that?
You're asking the wrong person.
What kind of madness is that? You want to follow what America does do? When we have to go and do that, so it now if you have to bring water, that's child labor too.
You're asking the wrong person.
So what going on in Trinidad and Tobago, boy? The Ministry of Labor put out that, you know. The first one, you know. Yeah. The Ministry of Labor in Trinidad and Tobago put that out.
Well,
they want people to be dummies now. If my parents take me to go and sell and teaching me to be an entrepreneur, you know how I became an entrepreneur? Selling mango in Snake Valley.
Well, the message was sent the wrong way. That's all I'm going to say. Because, you know, my upbringing, I had to do what I had to do, what I had to do.
Yeah, your family had to do what you had to do. Boy, listen. Look, let me bring in the chairman here from the PDP before I get
nuts,
vexed here tonight.
I don't know. I have to research it, nuts. Leave me alone.
Before I get vexed here tonight and do something and use some language I'm not supposed to use tonight. Dr. Sean Nedd, the chairman of the PDP in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the village of the DAG Triplets. We call ourselves the DAG Triplets. The D is Diana. Diana is considered to be the storm. I am considered to be Ansem. They call me Wall Street or Flash. G is Gary Mahabir. Gary Mahabir is in the chat with us tonight. Oh, he just joined us. I'm not just bringing Gary there a minute. Gary Mahabir is here. He's in the chat. He just joined us. And we have with us also Tommy Nesbitt. We can call Tommy. Tommy is a commissioner here in Newark, New Jersey. So Dr. Sean Nedd, welcome to In the Village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing well. I'm doing well. Good night, everyone. I'm hoping that you're hearing me.
Yes.
I hope you don't burst a blood vessel after I was following what you're dealing with there. But I'm very glad to be here. So I'll take your guidance on how we're going to proceed.
Yeah. Well, you know, Dr. Nedd, it's interesting, right? A bright, vibrant young man like you, right? But anyway, listen, we will get to that. You'll get to that. Talk to the people about a chairman of a party, of the PDP party, and give us a little kind of background about the structure of the PDP and some of the things that, you know, people on the outside like us here, you know, don't hear about the PDP and things that the PDP actually is doing.
All right. So again, welcome to everyone on listening in. I'd like to, if I may, go through a few things, you know, towards the questions you're asking. So first thing on the menu is that right now, Tobago is in the midst of another election. So I don't know if your listeners would have known on the December the 6th, the THA is having another elections for 15 assemblymen. And of course, one of the things I'd like to do is to promote that, of course, we are voted in, and persons listening in and all their influences, their families, that they come out and vote for us on the 6th, because we believe we really are the best option for Tobago. And that goes with the state of Tobago, which is in complete disarray. And we're saying that we are the best option. So what is the PDP, the Progressive Democratic Patriots? We simply wish to improve and build a better Tobago. right? In that sense, what we do is that we have this thing called participatory governance. And especially on platforms with a wide audience like yours, the idea is to listen to people from all walks, particularly persons who are obviously Tobagonians, because we wish to hear their opinions and what they want to see occur on their own little land and island known as Tobago. But of course, there are other persons who have the best interests of Tobago, and we can't forget them as well. So across the board, there are persons who have ideas and solutions that we desperately need for this island. So that's a big aspect. Now, of course, with the party, the people that you would naturally see would be our own political leader, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke. We also have our chief secretary designate, the person who will lead the THA in the next 4 years. So that is our deputy political leader, who is Fali Chavez Augustine. All right, and of course, and they would have been on this particular program. We have our own Dr. Faith Israel, and we have a full slate of 12 other potential assemblymen, and we want all 15 to win. But those three persons, most people would have seen and heard from them. But this party is made up of a lot of different people. And I think I would like to try and give a sense as to those persons in the background that most people do not know about, or are not particularly understanding the importance of the group. So for myself, if I may, I'll give an introduction about myself and in a way why I'm the chairman of the party. I would say first off that my background makes me a great problem solver. I'm a troubleshooter by in a way by profession. So I'm from Tobago, grew up in Candy area. My background, I would have left Tobago around 2000, what is it, 1997 to go to the United States, where I spent about 15 years doing my academic studies. And in that time, I would have traveled through call names Morgan State University in Baltimore, and then in New York City in Long Island University. Then I went across to Iowa, in Iowa State University, and then UCLA in Los Angeles. And my studies kept me going through the STEM fields. So by my field is physical chemistry with a focus in um, computational chemistry. Um, so essentially, that has allowed me to do research international level. I've published papers accordingly. So I've done what I needed to do in that particular field. Um, and then along with that, I would have done outreach programs throughout the various universities, including education, science education, etc. My background with sports, I actually am the highest rated chess player in Tobago. And I would have
Wait, stop right there. Chess, the
yeah,
highest.
yeah. So
Oh,
I'll play you a game when you're ready.
ooh, chess. Listen,
It's all for fun.
now let me say this. Sir. You see, when you can play chess and you can play it at a high level, people don't understand. A chess player is a person you want on your side. A person who plays chess. I know that for a fact. I'm good. I'm not good in chess. I'll be very. I'm not good in chess. A good friend of mine is an excellent chess player. And chess players, people don't understand. Chess players, man, they're only thinking 3, 4, 5, and 6 moves ahead. When you're just thinking about the next half move. So continue.
Yes,
That's
yes.
excellent, man.
That's appreciated. I would have represented Tobago on almost got on the national team, but of course I can add my own story as many sports people would have in terms of dealing with travel between Trinidad and Tobago, and that was during the time that the boats broke down. So it's very difficult for me to move back and forth, and you need to, I mean, it's a concentrating sport. So you have to be able to focus, and it's very difficult when you can't sleep properly. So anyway, that was an experience. In terms of Tobago, so I would have returned to Tobago in about 2014. And let me say this, right? In returning, I would have just observed. I always tell people my trip from the airport back home, right, back to Canby, and then looking around the island after. I only saw what looked like Gulf City Mall as a an obvious place of development if you're looking at building development, and maybe a little bit down on Crown Point side if you know Tobago very well. After that, there was the cultural complex and maybe the library. And pretty much that's it. I mean, and build. We can have that discussion about what development actually means, but that's all I saw, and I found it very difficult leaving as a high school student to see almost 17 years go by, and that's all that occurred. So that's an observation. But since I would have returned, I would have been a member of the Ministry of Tobago Development as a director, aiding in setting up industries. So I was supposed to set up the dairy industry. That's a whole discussion right there.
So you worked in the THA? You worked in the THA?
No, not in the THA. I would have worked in the Ministry of Tobago Development, which was under Dr. Delvin Baker. That's the ministry.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So we would have attempted to do our best to work with the THA, which proved problematic. And I'll say that especially in the area I was involved in. So we would have tried to work with them in terms of dairy industry, feedstock, rabbits, goats, these kind of things. They're a major opportunity for development in Tobago, and that was pretty much squashed. And if anybody knows the history at that time, 2015, that was a squabble during the elections, and this was lost during that moment.
But Dr. Nedd, we're gonna get to why was that though? Why was it that a son of the soil, a doctor, is coming back to his homeland, and he is like pushed aside, and his talent and abilities are not utilized? Why is that though?
It's hard to speak to the exact motives behind persons' choices in their mind. What I heard is things like people are threatened by those who are coming back with certain abilities, or how do I say this? If the idea is not coming from them, it's dismissed. Right? I'm sure a lot of what I'm saying, anybody from Tobago can admit this, and I'm not the only one. I would have put in proposals for.
You're speaking truth, brother.
Yeah,
threaten is the ultimate word. They are threatened.
So, okay.
Dr. Nedd, I don't need to cut you, but let me tell you a story. I know me and you talked offline, right?
Yeah.
I came to Tobago with Sports Development Academy, and I met with who is it? Huey Charles? Is Huey?
Huey Cadet.
Huey Cadet. I sit down in the office and we had a nice discussion, boy. Nice discussion. And I brought Sports Development Academy to Tobago, and I said, listen, we have a program here. I know a lot of coaches in America. We could work up a scholarship program here in Tobago we could get track and field athletes, we could get football players, we could get swimmers, we could get golfers, we could get tennis players. Don't care what it is. You know, we could do that, and we could get people from Tobago, because it's double A's, it's athletics and academics. And the program ended up like a West Indies opener, duck, north, zero. And I said to myself, why? Why is that?
It's a very good question. I mean, we have situations where in every division, every avenue that you could influence Tobago, you have examples of people who would come with the finances, they will come with the skill sets, they would even come with the land, because it's their own private land potentially. But for a lot of different things, the THA holds permits to get certain things done. And they simply do not release these permits to allow people to do the particular activity. And it's beyond me as to why that's the case, except for the typical trope of, well, we want to control the potential employment aspects on the island so that people must depend on the THA for their jobs. That goes along with CPEP and URP and any aspect of the THA workforce. And if you, of course, control persons in their jobs, you control their voting under threat of job loss. Right. In fact, even now, the message is if you vote for the PDP, we're going to take away your jobs somehow. Right. When members of the PDP already know how to increase the amount of jobs in the island. So if we're going to add jobs, how are we going to take away job opportunities? It doesn't make sense, but this is the message that they wish to push. So, and I'll get into other things where that's concerned. Leadership. That's one aspect there where you have to be able to show your work. You know, when you do sums, your math, and your teacher says, well, what did you do? And you have to show your work. That's what we need to see right now. Where is your work after 20 years? What is the result? And all we hear is look at what the other side does, and look, Mr. Duke, and look at Farley, and nothing regarding development and infrastructure and vision, where Tobago should be going, and all these types of questions, right? And as you just pointed out, opportunities given to the THA that have been blocked, right? With no answers to that as well. So we are in that state right now. So so if I could continue then,
Yeah.
right. So I'm also the owner of what is called the STEM Center. One of the biggest things
Now tell people what STEM means. Tell people what STEM means. Yeah.
Well, the name of my business is the STEM Center, but STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics.
Correct.
All right. So
Right.
for me, I of course I'm a researcher in the STEM fields. In Tobago, I particularly do consultancy. I help people finishing up their masters, dissertations, and those kind of things. And also I tutor students and help them with career development. Some of my students would have gone on to gotten very high grades nationally, right? So this is in competition with Trinidad as well. And overall, I could tell you that in the state of education in Tobago, it's very poor. Students are coming in and they'll be going in for CSEC, but they really are at a primary school level in math. It's very fixable, but the system is not accounting for the learning styles of these particular students. And certain basic things can be done to improve that. But again, that's left to that's under the THA Act, and currently the PNM THA doesn't seem to wish to handle this problem. So so what we do is make sure that the student develops a mentality in approaching education where they know how to actually learn the material themselves. I always like to say, let them, they don't need me afterwards. They can learn by themselves. If they reach to a university level where they're supposed to be able to compete internationally, they have to have a certain base level skill set in order to accomplish that. And that is missing currently. Right. So I help students with that. All right.
So Dr. Nedd, talk to us a little bit about, I mean, people are really interested in how does the PDP separate themselves from the PNM? Because it's a two-party race. It's a two-party horse race. It's PDP or PNM. And when we look at the facts, PDP actually started the race way behind. It was a 100-meter race, and PDP was at like the starting line, and the PNM was at the 50-meter line. Right? The PDP started, the PDP get to the 10-meter line, and the PNM was still at the 50-meter line. Then the PDP got an additional 4 seats to make it 6. So they joined the PNM at the 50-meter line. Now the race is for the next 50 meters. What do you think separates, as a chairman of your party, separates your party from the PNM? What are some of the things you think?
So there are certain simple things that people would even tell us. The type of people we have simply listen to persons in Tobago. Just by doing that, accounting for the needs of people, their ideas, their concerns, and working on those concerns. That is actually what a representative is supposed to do. All right. What we see in the PNM seems to be an ignorance of this, where the common person does not actually have a voice. The Tobago space seems to have been simplified into a voter bank, where there's a rubber stamping of two Tobago seats for PNM in the race for general elections in Trinidad and Tobago. That's pretty much how Tobago is treated, where the persons who align themselves to PNM, they gain some sort of benefit, even though it's much less than what the island can support, because Tobago's potential is immense. All right. But as it stands, that seems to be the exact divide, and people are realizing, even when we are not in power, I mean, people seem to assume that we are somehow able to access government funding to do certain things, but it's all controlled by the PNM. But even in that space, we're able to do simple things like initiating a seedling drive, or do what is called the Loaves of Love, right? Where we give people some bread, or we give out hampers. And it's amazing how much joy comes our way from persons who appreciate, right? But of course, our goal is to remove the need for persons to have these sort of tokens of survival. It's really about a survivalist landscape. We have to shift things into a mode where people can actually earn their way very securely, where the wages are sensible, and persons can have a proper living wage and options available to them in the Tobago, within their Tobago space. Along with that comes the idea of the brain drain. Because of this issue of wages and high cost of living, people leave Tobago because it's sensible to try and find opportunities where they exist. There are more opportunities potentially in Trinidad, and there are even more opportunities in the international space. And so, we are speaking to bringing Tobago up to a particular standard that makes sense for Tobagonians to stay here, and to actually encourage Tobagonians to return to Tobago with incentives. Right, you're coming back with certain expertise. You're coming back with your families. There needs to be some sort of expectation if we're going to fix something like that. That's a call out to the diaspora in this conversation. So, again, that's the difference. There is a wider, holistic view that the PDP takes regarding Tobago compared to the PNM, where I can't answer that question for them. The PNM itself is a Trinidad party with a branch in Tobago, and that's it. Their interest within a Trinidad party is Trinidad. That's what that means. So
Now, Dr. Nedd, I was talking earlier, right, about CivilNet. CivilNet Tobago have several conferences, and so far, no PNM candidate has attended any of those conferences. And I was kind of taken aback. Why wouldn't the PNM attend any of those conferences? Because I mean, they might think CivilNet is pro PDP. You know what I mean? Because anytime anytime you stand up for any kind of thing and they think you're against them, you for the other people. Why you think, in your assessment, why do you think?
Again, to the mindset of an individual, that's hard to answer. The direct question is, what plans do they have for Tobago? And if you are going to challenge them on a platform like CivilNet, who have describe themselves very clearly as a neutral party, right? Not party, a neutral group. Let's use that word instead, right? Where they care about certain specific issues now, right? So we're going into an election. We have concerns about what is the direction of Tobago. Let's have a discussion. Very simple. We've gone on. We've taken the call, and many of us have gone on to CivilNet to answer questions very clearly. And PNM has decided to not do so. They are the incumbent, and these questions should be rather easy for them to answer. And it's telling that they're not coming on. They're deciding to avoid simple questions like, how can we develop revenue? How can we increase revenue coming into Tobago? Right? What is the tax options for Tobago? We're supposed to be able to accept taxes. What is the issue with land? Right? This issue with land division of land settlements. Right? There are issues of, again, with land, settling the amount of lands that are not owned or they don't have proper deeds in Tobago. That's particularly nefarious given the current drive to force persons to fill out these land documents. All right, and then you have to, of course, pay fees to that. Yes.
Dr. Nedd, this is Diana. How are you doing?
Hi, good day, good night.
All right. I wanted to know, when was the PDP formed?
Okay, so the PDP was registered with EBC in 2017-16, around that time. That was for the first time we would have went up. I was a candidate for the Buku area at that time. Then the PDP as a ratified organization with its constitution was done in November of 2019. Right? So from that point to now, we've been operating as a fully formed organization. Yeah.
So all the issues that the Tobagonians are facing now, let's not add the ones that are amplified because of the pandemic. All the issues the Tobagonians are facing now, were they facing them before?
Oh yes. An easy one would be the tourism industry. The tourism industry was falling from let's say 2015, I think, all the way down to the pandemic. The occupancy rates of hotels were already around 0 to 25%. The whole notion of advertising Tobago for the purpose of tourism has failed. And it's gotten worse and worse over time. And of course, the COVID pandemic hasn't made that any easier. At least we should have been able to work out something for visits from Trinidad, but that hasn't panned out as well, at least not on a level to encourage different entities to grow. In fact, many of them have shut their doors. Many of them have had to fire personnel or reduce their times that they could be on shifts at the various entities. There was a drive, it seems, I think it was $50 million to aid the tourism in the different entities. However, that is clearly not a solution. At best, it's a band-aid, right? The overall solution has to be a lot more holistic regarding the marketing of Tobago, perhaps a shifting from this notion of sun, sand, and sea to something a bit more sensible. For example, sports tourism, ecotourism, agro-tourism, uses of villas, adding marinas. There is a list of options that persons better than me can share.
And
but
they
these
could
things
all
are well known.
There also be entertainment tourism. The Swiss Family Robinson was filmed there. So with the pristine locations, I believe Tobago, can be used to film certain things. I also wanted to bring to attention, I might be wrong with this statistic. I remember Watson Juke saying there are about 350,000, correct me, that number is subject to correction, Tobagonians that live and work in Trinidad. Now, if that number is correct, if I recall it correctly, right? Are they allowed to come back and vote in these upcoming elections? Is that how it works?
No. So there is a process for voting. You have to be registered in the jurisdiction for a certain period of time, right? So those persons would have had to, especially if their official address is in Trinidad, they would have had to change that. I think it's 3 or 6 months ago before they could be eligible to vote in Tobago. Yeah.
So if these 350 people do change their address back to their Tobago roots, they are allowed to vote in the election. The 6 months window.
I believe it's around, it's there. I'm not sure if there are other factors to it, but that is one major factor. They have to at least be registered in the jurisdiction that they're voting. Yes.
So one more question. Let's say I'm a Trinbagonian by birth, right? Let's say I choose that my mother and father is Bajan, I'm born next door in Trinidad, but I like Tobago. Let's say I wanted to come now and retire in Tobago, make my home Tobago, and I'm living there and it's 6 months, and what can I go and vote in the election?
I believe so. Do not quote me on the exact time, but there are persons who are not born in Tobago. They are naturalized citizens. They're naturalized citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and they've decided to have their permanent residence in Tobago. And those persons can vote in Tobago. In fact, they make up a large percentage of the persons who don't vote, and because of the way they've been treated in Tobago, right? Which is a problem, right? And of course, we are an inclusive group, and we're actually doing a lot of work to encourage those persons to take part in the process and be more involved in the Tobago space, because they also wish to see Tobago improve. So that's a whole discussion that can also be had.
Okay.
So Dr. Nedd, what it is, man, we on the outside looking in, right, are seeing the PDP as a very proactive party in Tobago. And going forward, is the PDP going to spread its wings to Trinidad and Tobago and become a national party rather than just, a party in Tobago?
Right. So currently, all parties are registered nationally, Trinidad and Tobago. PDP is a primarily Tobago-based party. That's how we've been managing the party, and our focus has been on Tobago. That's pretty much, if you look at it as train stops, that is our first stop, and we want to make sure that's cleared. Now, Trinidad and Tobago is another discussion, and that discussion probably is aligned with the discussion of autonomy and the influence in those sorts of discussions and outcomes, right? So in the autonomy discussion, you need influence at the parliamentary level in Trinidad. And in order to do that, you have to try and push as much as you can as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to have influence. Our political leader already is designated to vie for the Tobago East seat, and we have at least last time we had Mr. Shea Boris who vied for the West seat. Of course, the goal is to win those seats and to have an influence in the final outcome in the general election, and also in the outcomes of what actually occurs on behalf of Tobago in Parliament, which doesn't occur right now. We have pretty much a echo chamber in there, and the interest that we see should occur does not occur, right? And so that's the extent, at least politically. But then, of course, you have persons in Trinidad who like the way in which the PDP has been operating and want to see us as a strong organization that can contend in the full Trinidad space, because they have these very similar concerns as Tobagonians, and we're all countrymen and should help each other. And if PDP can assist in that way, we'll of course move across and have that discussion. Again, participatory governance. We'll have that discussion with persons from their areas and move from there, right? In terms of internationally, diaspora they're very important. They've again been ignored. um, People from outside of Tobago wish to aid the space of Tobago as well as Trinidad, but they don't find a proper avenue to do so. One example would be in terms of funding. We have people who may wish to fund certain activities here, but there are concerns on how that process will actually occur. One of the ideas we have is to place our projects in an online setting, where people can not only fund the project, they can see the project operate in almost in real time. You will post pictures and give progress reports on what's going on in that project, so the persons can feel that the project is operating, the outcomes will occur, and the monies are not being used for something that is not intended for. So little things like this, sorry, they're all absent in the space of Tobago, and also the space of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a way in which we can move into the 21st century and apply tech and other innovations into solving problems like this, inclusive of foreign exchange, trading, and other international relations. Yeah.
But so Dr. Nedd, from a youth perspective, and you look at the PDP, right? I think you look at the PDP and then you look at the PNM. Of course, this upcoming election, is strictly between the PDP and the PNM. But my question is this: is that, let's say it ends up 7-7-1, and the idea happens to win one seat. He's shaking his head. And the idea, you have to put these things on the table, man. And the idea happens to win one seat, right? Then, I mean, I know you can't look in a crystal ball and see, but it's a possibility, right? It's a possibility, right? Would the PDP partner with the idea?
Well, at this point, we wait for the hypothetical to occur before we say anything. Right? At this point, our goal is 15-0. That's our goal. Right? And we don't want this, when you ask those types of questions and everybody is, their minds change in the way in which they vote. It does affect the thought process of voting. Right? That notion there, it should have occurred with the PNM for the 6-6. It just demonstrates that any discussion in a draw-ish situation results in an undemocratic behavior set. It shows that in the 6-6, the PDP has been absolutely ignored. All decisions that were made were not done with the blessing of the PDP. And that means half of Tobago was ignored during that whole process, where the decision to have 15 seats, PDP was ignored. The way in which the THA currently operates, which is a rollover setting of the previous executive council, right, where we have inaugurated PDP assemblymen who cannot access funds because the PNM says no. It's really as simple as that. And we really don't have great trust in negotiating with them on the other side. Even when we are trying to do that to resolve the problem, we gave them the option of the chief secretary, we gave them the option of the presiding officer, and they said no. The result is they keep their power and no arrangements could have been made with them. It is key to remind why we even in this position. The then AG, I believe is Ramesh Lawrence Maharaj, was asked this question about what if there is a 6-6? What do you expect to do about that? And his response was, well, there should be a discussion of both sides, of all sides, to determine the best way forward. It's supposed to be an encouragement of discourse to fix problems, but instead it has been used as a loophole to maintain power. And it shows the mentality going forward of what you would expect of the same group if they keep grasping on to power. At some point, we have to decide to change and give other entities opportunities to fix the issues and concerns of Tobago.
No, Dr. Ned, there was a challenge that was lost, a challenge to the additional 3 seats that was added in Tobago. Why didn't the PDP challenge that more vociferously?
I'll say it this way. In a way, one way of looking at it, we want this issue to move on fast, to just move past it. Because as we waste time, we keep allowing time to go on and on and on in this dubious legal setting. It's dubious, right? But the setup right now encourages the PNM to hold on to power with no accountability. We have no idea what's going on in the THA, right? At least when we were in the minority, we could have asked questions in sit-ins, right? That's available to the public. There are no sit-ins. It's just the holdover running in perpetuity until we have an election. That's the setup. So if we say, okay, let's put an injunction on this whole election and fight with money that this party doesn't have, this is a grassroots party, right? And we attempt to say, let's do the right thing. Let's figure out if we indeed should have these 3 seats added on and take it all the way through the parliament and all of that. And then we are in this predicament for another year or however much time based on the judiciary. And we have the opportunity right now to simply just change out those persons. It may be best for us to make a practical decision to simply move with the elections and have a vote done and have new persons in office, right? If that is acceptable by law currently, we just proceed with that, right? But I hope that makes sense in terms of the what could occur and then the practicality of the situation. Yeah.
So you're just focusing on winning the election, which is good.
Yeah. Yes.
And win it with a landslide, please. You know, by the way, this is Gary Mahabir, the TNT Phantom. You know, so what I would like to see is that, well, we here on this side have been trying to give a voice to the people of Tobago, and you know, we would like to see more of you all come forward and let the people know on the ground that we want to give them a voice. We want them to be heard, so that we are doing everything so that they are not muzzled. And this is something that I consider to be of very critical to me. You know, is for the people of Tobago to understand that we want to give them the opportunity to have a voice on this station. And you know, politically also, and you know, we have seen enough. I'm sure you guys have seen enough. I think you had enough, and based on what you're saying, and I deeply appreciate what you're doing. And you know, I will do everything on my end, you know, to support you, and I'm sure my team will do the same here. We will stand with you, and I just wanted to bring that out, that we definitely want the people of Tobago to know that they have a voice on this station.
That is so much appreciated. I have some hard issues I want to bring up. Go on. Sorry.
No. All right. Hold those issues, Dr. Ned. As soon as, let's go for a quick station identification. When we come back, we're going to address these issues. There's also a sort of a statement and a question in the chat. Is Tobago getting observers for the THA election? We can address that when we come back. We can deal with the facts that you want to put on the table, and we can address that when we come back. It's In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back after this short station identification.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, we are back with you. It's In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. We're gonna get Dr. Nedd back here shortly. Let me just go over some. I see Shonda Elbon. Shonda, where's Shonda from? Shonda, where are you from, Shonda? You know,
why you want to know where the woman from?
Because she have my name backwards.
Because she has your name backwards.
That is Leeborn backwards.
I know Leeborn backwards. She's Elborn and you are Leeborn.
You are trying to spell my name and she first
you are French and you are French and she's Spanish.
How you know she's Spanish?
You are French and she's Spanish. Leave her alone.
From Barbados and you know she's Spanish?
Yeah, we Bajans is no thing.
Anyway, Dr. Nedd, thanks for being back with us. So put some of the things that you want to put on the table, and then we're going to address the observers that we're going to talk, about. We're going to address that statement. Go ahead.
Okay, so there are certain concerns, right, that have been raised during the elections, right, and I would say also during previous elections that I sort of want to put a tag on, right? One of them is the ability for the PDP to run the THA. There's this message that somehow the PDP is not equipped to run the THA, and the obvious response could be it seems as though they're still on the job training. But let me try and be a bit more specific. In terms of running the THA, we are very much aware. We have knowledge of the internal structure, the financial setup, and intimate details of the THA. We also have quite experienced persons, those same persons that were described as old and washed up by the PNM. Those persons who have decades of experience in the THA, they are on our side and are helping us. Our potential assemblymen, many of them work in the THA with already decades of experience in their own right. Several of them have even worked in parliament, right? So we have persons in the political section ready. We have persons in the civil section ready. So we are very much prepared to enter the THA from day one. And we are very much secure in knowing exactly what we need to do in the weeks and months and years ahead. And we also are aware of how to take the THA to a better level, an improved level. So I wanted to answer that one question. I wanted to also speak to the organization in itself, all right? And unless someone has read our constitution, I'll explain it very briefly. Our setup is one where we have the executive arm and we have several action groups laid out across Tobago. And we also will have international arms across the world. That will allow us to connect with people in various areas and to make sure that all ideas and projects that the PDP wishes to invoke upon will occur. It also allows us to interact with to liaise between the government and the private sector, right? Something that is not being done very well, right? So this sort of setup is a very good framework for fixing a lot of problems, even if we're out of power. So there's a lot we can do going forward, and it shows that our setup is extremely stable, and we'll be able to stand the test of time. All right, something that is not very common in many anti-PNM groups, and we expect to be a force for the foreseeable future.
Dr. Nedd,
yes.
Before you go on, why is it that the leader of the PDP, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, is attacked so much by the PNM? Why is it that he's always attacked by the PNM? I understand as a leader, you have to try and bring down the leader, right? I mean, Farley gets some little attack, but sadly hear them attacking Faith B Israel. You say they're attacking the other guy who's the pastor, but most of the attacks against Watson Duke. Why do you think that is?
All right. So leaders tend to take the hit for their groups, and the leaders often have to say statements that may come across controversial. And if you have an entity that's chomping at the bit to find a soundbite, they will find it, and they will use it ad nauseum over several elections, and that's what's been going on. The attacks on the rest of the party cannot hold any water, and they know it. I offer them an option to attack the rest of us. They won't do it. They go after the person that they can find song bites on, that is easily noted in the public sphere, and that's going to continue. The notion of running a campaign based on your achievements seems to have been lost, and the method of attacking persons and fair campaigning has been settled upon by the PNM in a very strong way in this election. In fact, it reeks of a group that is very desperate and cannot find anything else to push in the public sphere to make the argument that they should be that they should run again. In fact, I have a friend I have from Barbados, right, I would have asked him about how many opportunities do you give a party to prove themselves, and he said two. That's it. That's it. That's maximum two. Now we've given. I mean, that's how nice Tobago people are. We've given PNM four chances, and they're asking again for the fifth chance, and they even have a slogan saying "Protect your future." And many of us are asking, what future are we protecting? We're not clear on what future we're exactly going towards. And all of this it seems like marketing ploys given the previous slogans, let's go further to what? The right choice for what? I mean, it's all based on very hollow messaging, right? So the message currently is vote for vote for PNM because of what's in you. And I don't think that bodes well for leadership and a party who is really trying to run the affairs of Tobago. Instead, vote for the PDP because we actually know what we're going to do and we have persons who actually accomplish it. And that's a much clearer message. We actually do it. We could show evidence of the things that we've accomplished without being in government.
Right. Now, Dr. Nedd, what we have seen in Trinidad and Tobago, right, is parties making promises and then not fulfilling their promises. We have seen that over and over and over and over again. All right. And the people, don't want to put their faith in a party who is going to give them all these grandiose promises during the election. And then as soon as they get into power, they turn their back on the people who put them in power. Right? How do you address that as the chairman of the PDP?
Well, this is what I was just pointing out. The little that we can do, we have done so. All of our candidates have constantly been on the ground, right? I can say as one of the first 12 candidates, I wouldn't have left my area, Bokum Pleasant area. I was there for at least a year after, working with persons on the ground, right? Helping persons set up business accounts, helping persons find jobs. Um, we would have had our assemblyman Terence Baines, who would have put up solar lighting to help light the park in Montgomery area, which wasn't done. So this is free lighting for the park that he would have paid for, right? So the representation that we speak to, we do, right? We give out hampers, we have a listening ear for the concerns, and we try our best to link persons with the appropriate um, offices and opportunities. So we would have helped people fill out the necessary paperwork for aid in Trinidad from the central government, right? So in every opportunity, every chance we've gotten, we have been with people to actually make a difference. And that is outside of being inside of the executive council. We do not have the access of the purse, right? And it is important that the way in which the Tobago Island is run is done so holistically. And for that to occur, we must be able to access the necessary funding to accomplish the bigger ideas that we have. And a huge one is to improve Scarborough, right? That whole plan is going to bring in a whole bunch of revenue and options for the trade in this space known as Tobago, especially since we are going after having a CARICOM port and an international port. So we have the ability, we have the ideas, and we have the know-how, and we actually are working on it already. And people are seeing results already. All we're asking is the ability to actually have the full influence to complete our vision for Tobago.
Somebody asked Dr. Nedd, Anselm, ask him about what's taking place in Tobago underground. I guess they're trying to get some feedback from you of actually what's taking place in Tobago underground. Like for example, right, Dr. Nedd, I saw a video where an inspector was dealing with the PDP, and Dr. Faith B. Israel had to come, and because they're saying they want social distancing, but some people were saying that the media was sort of misleading people in that there were both PNM and PDP people together, and there was no squabbles. They were saying there were some squabbles between the UN, between the PDP and the PNM, right? And sometimes the media kind of try to mislead things, and they were saying there was no kind of nothing like that, because they were saying there was, but they just showed one side of the video, and that video was just showing PDP people and Dr. Faith Israel. I mean, was there any validity to that, or that was just the news trying to create?
Yes. So in general, this party has not been given, I would say, a fair shake in the news, in the public space. There's always this rush to try and demonize every situation from the PDP. It's a testament to our ability to stay out of trouble, if you will, given the propensity to put us in trouble. That particular situation you're bringing up. Dr. Faith B. Israel was simply making an announcement to try and make sure that everyone stays within COVID guidelines, and that was accomplished. We were working with the police to make sure that this occurred, because, I mean, naturally you have persons who, off of a SOE, are ready to get involved. But I will add to it that at the same incident, the reason why persons were a bit more annoyed was because the PNM would have passed the same officers, and they were not adhering to COVID protocols. Now, you see, we're not petty about this stuff, but we do wish to be treated fairly. So if one side is doing something and, we are seen to be only held to a standard that may be considered unfair. But we will say, okay, we're supposed to hold to COVID protocols, but we remind people that it's everyone is supposed to do so, right? So that's more or less what occurred there. It's nothing huge, right? Our persons will follow the rules, right? But they want to be treated fairly as well, right? So, yeah.
What about the observers? What about the observers? Will there be any observers, or that's a dead issue?
Now, the way how that would have worked, we would have sent letters out to the Prime Minister, we would have sent letters out to the President. Now, the Prime Minister responded in a 3-line letter. Basically, he's saying that if he feels it or deems it needed, he will do so. And since then, there's no other recourse. All right, our political leader attempts to bring this issue to the fore several times, but clearly you have a bias going on that we really can't do anything further, because the power to do anything resides with the Prime Minister, Parliament, and in Trinidad, essentially. So yet again, we have been caught out as the side child in a way, right? Where we just have to take what they say they wish to do. Right, so that is the scenario with the elections observers. There are none, as far as I'm aware, on their way until the Prime Minister decides to have them.
I think you guys should raise some hell about it and just don't succumb to his decision. Make enough noise, because then he come along somewhere down the line and say, well, you guys didn't make a big deal about it and he didn't think it was important to push forward. But I think listen to me, I know our people, we are very passive, very good people, we don't like to make trouble, but it comes a time where you really have to raise hell. And I am asking, and I'm encouraging the people of Tobago and in Trinidad to stand up and be persistent and don't succumb to these emperors in our country, that feel they have the ultimate say. Slavery was abolished. We have our freedom. We have our independence. And I understand. I have raised hell from this side, and sometimes I find myself stretching, like in the Fantastic Four, they got the guy named Stretch, and still you're not getting the people from Trinidad and coming forward. You stretching as much as you can, bending backwards to assist. So we just want to let you guys down there know how we feel, that we are with you with this fight all the way. But we need a certain amount of effort from your end. Don't be scared. We standing with you. We standing with you.
We aren't scared, all right? Our political leader has been going at this. All right.
But I'm not just saying him. I'm just want everybody to know. To feel free. That you have the support. You have that support from us on this end.
That's appreciated. So there's 2 other issues I wanted to bring up. One of them is this message. Now I don't know if you've noticed this. If you use certain apps, PNM has been pushing this message now that somehow the PDP is for secession. That curse word, that curse S word, right? That is used to divide people. What I wanted to do is to set up a scenario in order to understand the setup of Tobago when it comes to this autonomy question. So let's assume that Trinidad wishes to join with Grenada to form some sort of union. And in this arrangement, you have 39 districts formed in Grenada with 2 in Trinidad. All of the ministries will be inside of Grenada, and Trinidadians have to travel to Grenada. All right, all trade must now come through Grenada. And I think you see where I'm going with this. It's the exact setup as the Trinidad and Tobago dynamic. And you then tell Trinidad that you cannot bring up the issue of secession because you are strong neighbors and family with Grenadians, right? My point here is that I don't think if you ask Trinidadians, if they're willing to accept this arrangement, that they will say yes in the first instance. And then in the second instance, if they are in the particular arrangement, if they are willing to stay in it. So you listen to these arguments made to us in Tobago, where we have since 1960, right? And Mr. Duke would have gone through the history where we would have had our own Tobago constitution, right, before Trinidad. And Tobago ran itself very well, along with working with Trinidad. So even in that arrangement, there was always that togetherness. All right. The issue of secession is not the goal of the PDP at all. The goal is to actually secure the rights of Tobago. The question of secession is merely one about the rights of any people. Right? So it becomes a negotiating point, not a goal. And that is a subtle understanding that anyone who really listens can get. And in that clip that they keep pulling of Mr. Duke, he would have gone through the effort to explain himself, but that gets cut out, right? The idea here is Tobago simply wants to have its rights be recognized, to be treated equally, and for the parliament in Trinidad to do the right thing and make sure that occurs, right? The idea of secession is in that discussion. However, as a people, and any people, and you can bring up other arrangements like Singapore, Taiwan, for example, several other areas. Scotland is an example. In fact, Scotland operates on a referendum on secession every single election. I think I said that right. I believe that is the case for Scotland. It's not that they want to secede, but they want to be treated fairly. So in the absence of being treated fairly, you are pressing Tobagonians into a situation where you now tell them, oh, you can't secede. That is treasonous. That is not nationalist. That is not you're not loyal to your country. All of these messages come back in that with that word, but then there's no actual outcome. Where we now have that bill, which is horrible. I was in the discussion with the original bill and what Tobagonians actually wanted, and the new bill doesn't have that. And we are being told accept 6.8%. I mean, I'm getting into some details, I'm sorry. But the whole point is the bill is not acceptable. The overall point of autonomy is not there. And I simply am saying, what should we do next? Right? We can't negotiate on secession, or we can't negotiate on anything similar because it looks bad. So therefore, what should we do? Right? The normal thing is to have all things on the table, and that's where that comes from, right? So that's that issue of secession, and then something more positive, right? So one of the things we wish to do that was brought up was to give $10 million to each of the electoral districts. So why do we want to do that? There are several reasons. One of them is to shorten the red tape it takes for each district to get what they wish to occur accomplished. All right. So if you have access and a vote directly through your representative to monies, you speak with your representative, you determine those projects that you wish to be done in a timely manner, they're urgent, and you get those things done. Now, along with this, you get to make sure that the persons from your area can access the necessary contracts to get those things done, which doesn't occur right now. Many of our locals are sidelined in contract deals and arrangements for money. And of course, that hits our employment options in each of these areas, these electoral districts. Right. We also have the options for choice, right? So instead of you waiting on the THA proper to do what they feel they need to do for the area, right, which we will work with people to do, you have a direct route to fix specific things that you feel you want for your area, right? And you make budgets accordingly and submit and have it done, right, without the influence of too much big government. I think many people will appreciate that. This also serves as a way to judge the work of your representative. Finally, the representative has to account for monies directly due to its people. So based on how much you've done with this $10 million and the people around you, it demonstrates your leadership capabilities, right? So when elections come around again, we have a way to discern the abilities of our representatives and make decisions to remove them or keep them, right? So
now, Dr. Nedd, two things from that, right? Two things. Where will that $150 million come from? And secondly, right, another hypothetical, right? Because we had Bernie Jack on here, and Bernie Jack predicted that PDP will win 10 seats and the PNM will win 5. So I'm just going on Bernie Jack's prediction. This is not my prediction. This is her prediction. She's on the ground in Tobago, right? Where would that 150 million come from? And if we're going based on Bernie Jack's prediction and the PDP wins, will the PDP still give that 5 PNM district that $10 million?
Right. So I'll answer the last one first. The answer is yes, right? In fact, we really wish to do that because that directly will put them in a position where they have to prove their worth in their area. Because we will do our jobs and they will be compared with. And if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, I think they'll be voted out. Right. So even if they somehow maintain 5 seats now, that will be fleeting if they wish to continue along the same lines that they have been continuing, where you only see anything happen during the last 6 months before elections. Right. So a lot of this stuff will stop. The prediction being made of 10-15, I can't say the
10-5,
basis.
10-5.
Sorry,
10-5.
10-5.
Yeah, 10-5. Yeah.
Right. So that prediction, I cannot say what's the basis necessarily. I mean, I'm going to assume certain numbers will run. But predictions were made. The NACTA poll said we were going to lose 11-1 and we had 6-6. So I mean, in the end, we know the work we are putting in. We know that we are constantly and consistently on the ground, hitting everyone. All we've been hearing is secretly people are saying, I'm PNM, but I'm changing over. Right? We have people saying, I'm PNM, but I'm gonna vote this time. Right? We have people who are actually coming back home to vote. All right. So all of this, I don't know if that's being considered in the numbers being calculated.
Well, no, let me say this. Bernie Jack is just an activist. She's a Tobago activist. She's just an activist in Tobago. And I was going to ask you after you answered a $150 million question is that someone asked the question, but go ahead. Answer that and then finish the $150 million question. And then I'll ask you another question.
So the $150 million question is really based on the constant. And the constant is this 4.03% from Trinidad. Right. Now, a lot of the monies have been misused, abused, and lost. Right. So if you fix that problem, we will gain back millions of dollars. Right. And the money at least will be spent for who it's supposed to be spent for, which are the people. You also increase efficiency in the system. You don't have to use money as much in terms of maintenance and other aspects similar. So there's different ways, even with the money we have available. The next thing is the ability to do public-private partnerships. where we have investments from outside of Tobago, and we can co-opt that in order to accomplish goals like this. So we could use that money for other things while we put in a vote money from monies designated from Trinidad into the, as you say, $150 million account. Right, and of course that number will fluctuate. Right, it's going to be based on needs, and it may go up or down accordingly. But it's a nice round figure to make the general point about giving the villages, the districts, the opportunity to actually control their own destinies. Right, and it's a simple. At least almost a token, but it's not just a large token that they can use to actually improve their life while we're doing our jobs.
But so that is something that's like what I was suggesting, to split the treasury into 41, with the 41 MPs and making them responsible for
mayor system.
We could do this in one way. You don't have to. You can be. You give the power of the funds over to the MP or to the local municipal candidate, especially like in your situation, the assembly there. So now we have 15 candidates, and you allocate whatever your budget is allocated to you. Yeah? You split that between 15 representatives. Now, when it comes to making decision on the overall level for Tobago, each representative will have a choice and the power over those funds to make decision on one platform, like to say, like in a national level, then say a Tobago national level, you're making decision. So each candidate, each representative would have the power over those funds to vote with a decision.
But here's a question I would ask though, right? Let's say, for example, Dr. Nedd, we have 10 million over here in a PNM area, right? It's a PNM candidate. You know, politics is in Trinidad, right? If a party in power and they have a opposition MP in over here, people that say the party in power will starve that MP. That's what they say. I don't know. I don't have no facts to say whether that is true or false, right? But I'm just saying.
That's true for us. Kids have been starving.
Let me finish this one, right? So now you have a PNM candidate being allocated 10 million by the ruling party, who is the PDP.
Right.
And that PNM candidate now have 10 million to do things in their constituency. Couldn't that PNM candidate now say, you know what? All they vote for me, all they vote for PDP. Right? So we go starve all you and we go take care of our PNM people. Can that lead to that? And in addition to that, corruption as well?
Well, I think that's a natural fix. The people themselves will complain. The money is supposed to be for the people, it's not for the representative. The representative is merely a conduit, right? They're supposed to meet with their people that they represent and come to some consensus as to what they wish to do with this money, and they must present, right, to the vote. It's not like they've been handed a bag of $10 million. The THA still will house the money in a vote, right, for this specific purpose. And all the representative has to do is to show what they're going to do with the money. So they have to justify any decisions they're going to be making as it pertains to specific individuals that will be receiving monies and why. Right. So if the monies will agree to in some meeting minuted that it's for a project in the area, then it's for the project in the area. The monies go accordingly. Right. So it's going to be very difficult for a PNM representative to find a way to work in corruption into this system. Right. And of course, if they attempt to do this, the people themselves who have been snubbed will complain. Right, and that will affect them during voting. So it really is the people have the authority.
No, someone asks, it says, I like Dr. Nedd's coolness. We need to know the feelings on the ground. And was there a recent poll done? And if so, what was the findings and who did the poll?
I'm not aware of any poll that was done, right? What I can say is in terms of us walking the various districts, right? We're extensively walking and meeting with everyone of all parties, all persuasions, and it's been very positive. All right. Usually, like last time, that wasn't the case. It's a lot harder, and you saw the outcome, which was 6-6. And this time we have persons who were previously diehards are very much so in our favor, and that bodes very well for us come December the 6th. So we expect for that to translate into a victory. We just wish to know how much. But our message is always clear. We wish everyone to come out and vote. I mean, the whole point is not to assume PDP has it in the bag, right? What we're saying is we have the momentum, and we wish everyone to jump on the train and increase the momentum so that we actually win and hopefully get 15 zip.
But so do me a favor. The next time you see the NACTA guy, tell him go and poll in Guyana where he belongs and leave Trinidad business alone. Okay? Tell him that Gary Mahabe, said that for you to tell him that. Go poll in Guyana. In the meantime, I want to encourage you guys to work as hard as you can, make this I mean, I've seen you've done the right thing with making it about the people. And this is what I want to see. I want to see the inclusiveness in the decision making. And I like everything I have seen so far, and I deeply appreciate what you guys are doing. Go ahead, answer.
So, Dr. Nedd, JJ Sniper says, Tobago have never really shown any keen interest in developing their athletes. I'm sure about that, I'm absolutely sure about that. Tobago has never really shown any keen interest in developing their athletes, nor giving them opportunities to promote the country internationally as should. What do you say about that?
Well, the word Tobago is I think he means the leadership of Tobago, and specifically its PNM in the last 20-something years. Tobago has many different types of people. There are many people who wish to see the athletes are treated well in the space known as Tobago in terms of their equipment and the sporting complex, their options for trainers and training. All of these things need to be set up. That is a political will issue. And that apparently it is also run by the central government, if I understand right, Ministry of Sports or Sport TT. So that's another concern there, if you're talking on Dwight York Stadium, for example. But again, the Tobago space, everyone in Tobago wants to see our athletes produce. They want to see them on an international stage. Everyone knows someone who is the best footballer who will take on Dwight York and run rings around him, but the person never gets an opportunity to leave Tobago and shine, right? Because of various reasons. If it's money to actually go down and compete for the national team, for example, so it's usually an issue of finances and opportunity. And we wish to fix a lot of these types of problems. They're not that hard to do. One of the things we wish to do is to have at least 2 indoor stadiums that will encourage training centers. And there are various models that you can speak of. When I was in Iowa State University, so this is just a university, right? Their what's called Lead Recreational Center had an indoor a stadium sort of setup where they had a field, track and field, they had a football field, they had basketball rings, they had a full weights gym, sauna, they had all these options, squash, etc., in a space that we can definitely gain. We have enough land for it. We have a lot of opportunities to get it done. And you can also, of course, again, public-private partnerships. You can get funding from persons who wish to see that occur, right? You have people abroad who wish to see that occur because it will encourage sport tourism and fix one of the issues of sports in Tobago, which is rain, the simple aspect of rain. So you have
Dr. Nedd.
Yes.
Dr. Nedd, I think they send you to get me vexed, you know. I feel so.
But Ansem.
Wait, Gary, wait a minute, Gary. Dr. Nedd, I think who sent you Dr. Nedd? And Gary, let me just put it just
for somebody good.
You know, Dr. Nedd, right? I sent my son to IMG Academy for 2 weeks to practice, we call it in Trinidad, soccer, right? And I said, boy, what, boy? IMG, boy? I said, that's
a great thing. Football.
Football? Then I've been saying football. Football is American football.
No. In Trinidad we call soccer football.
Football.
All right.
You see, I know you're from Chumacac, you know?
You see what I do?
I'm not getting in the middle of that.
You see what I got to deal with? You see? But anyway, so my son went to IMG and I come up with this brilliant idea for a sports development academy in Trinidad and Tobago with some of the same ideas. Where you could have, because like at no, we have an indoor facility, they have a weight room, they have a running track, they have all different kind of things in there. Rain do affect you. And another thing, Dr. Nedd, is that I tell them about turf field. So you could play turf 24/7. You have lighting, rain don't affect it. You could be playing football, you could be playing any kind of thing on it.
And you can have natural or artificial.
Yes, and that's why you get me vexed. That's why the senator hit a bone in some part of my body that I know there. Right? And these people, I went to Tobago and I went to Trinidad, and both of them, Sparrow song says both of them ignore the idea. But I feel it was because I was coming from America and I was a little black boy from Chumacac, Lavantil. If I was coming from the UK and I was a different hue and I spoke a different type of language, they would have accepted. But
well, can I comment on that?
Yes.
I have an example of, and this is somebody's telling me, so this is not firsthand, but if it's true, this is what occurred, right? Individual who is not from Tobago would have visited the agricultural secretary and would have offered an idea for hydroponics. I think, I'm hoping everyone knows what hydroponics is, right? Essentially the piping system where you can grow things like lettuce and pak choy.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, the response proceeded was they didn't seem to know what hydroponics was. And this is the Secretary for Agriculture. The person promptly left because we're clearly not serious in understanding the things available in the world. Right? So this is the scenario. So you have that example, and then I have another example of an individual who is not your hue, who would have come with a full plan to set up hydroponics on their own, and they were denied because of they didn't want to give them permits for water, and the person had to leave. Right? So don't feel as though everyone is getting it. Let's just say that.
That's the platform and the infrastructure that the PNM has nurtured over the years. That when you try to come in there,
but Gary, you see, I don't want to go down that road. You see, I ain't go down that road. I ain't call no party. I ain't call no party.
But you aren't call no party. We know who created that structure.
I went to Anna Robert with the same idea. And I went to Dyer Smith.
That structure. We know who created that structure.
But no, but I just tell you, I ain't go down no party road. I didn't go down the party road. I just said I brought the idea And maybe them just wasn't ready for the idea.
Cause they're all drunk.
It's
They're all drunk
countrywide,
on,
no matter where you go.
They're drunk on Balizé juice.
That is what we're doing. But anyway, the thing about it here is
fermented, yes.
You have lived over here, brother, for, you said, about 15 years, right? And
yes.
you must have mingled with our nationals over here, and they must have complained about how much they try to invest back home, and the kind of roadblocks and hurdles they went through.
Yep. They won't even give me my ID card. I want to open my business, and they won't give me my ID card. Talk, Gary. Talk.
Every national I talk to, on this side of the fence, who have tried and made efforts. I mean, I'm talking about medical professional, businessmen, you name it. Everyone that tried to make an attempt to assist Trinidad and Tobago met against, is it a wall where Trump was trying to build? And the border there?
Maybe that's where it went.
Yes.
They met, I mean, walls and hurdles.
Yeah.
And they did everything. And you personally have experienced some things by going back home and trying to do something to improve the situation. So what I've been suggesting this side is, and the message we want to bring across to the diaspora here is that what you are trying to do, we want to encourage people into investing in Tobago on this platform. And all we want is you guys to win the election and open the doors for that opportunity. And we will do everything on this side to assist you on that side over there. And I mean, you have lived here long enough to know how things work from on this side. And when we say we're going to do something, we're on the job. We don't say we come in and we don't come. We there, So, we face, even with the PPG government, when they came over here, the ministers, a lot of us tried to approach them in investing in Trinidad and doing things. We brought people who were not from Trinidad, and a lot of they never get back to nobody.
I approach them with a program because I firmly believe, the youth are the future, where you capture the at-risk youth in the school system with retired personnel who would come into the schools, sit side by side with them maybe once, twice, thrice a month, work with them where they're falling behind. People like Justice Carmona, don't put him back in presentation, put him in a at-risk school with at-risk children and work with them and let them see a fella like him, and they're engaging with them. So their morale is lifted, because that did for me. And, they engage with him and he helps them they sit side by side with them. They're struggling with their writing, their arithmetic, their whatever. And you see, and in a way, you have these minds, they're giving back to the society. Retired teachers, they're doing nothing. Give them maybe a small stipend, come back into the school 2-3 times, or work with these don't go back to the schools they come from, but other schools, I approached, what was his name? Garcia at the time, the Minister of Education. And they said, they don't know of me. They have no history of relationship with me. So they don't want to hear about my program. So I was like, okay.
Well, Garcia was kind of brain dead anyway. So, but besides that, I'm looking at bringing the money, brother. Bringing the money to Tobago, opening that door for investment, opening the door for communication and encouraging that platform. Because, I learned one thing in this country here, a Jamaican guy told me. So let me tell you something, brother. Money talks and bullshit walks, right? And I got to be very blunt with you. We want to bring the money. Like Cuba Gooding said it, show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. So this is, this is what I'm looking at doing, in utilizing any opportunity to bring on board the diaspora and to let them know that the door is open. Things have changed when you win that election. Things have changed, and this is what you intend to do, and to encourage that influx of investment to spin things around, and you won't be begging for no funds, brother.
Nope.
So this is what we want to do on this side, and we want the people of Tobago to understand that we are ready to work with you and to do everything to raise our voices, to create that platform, so to bring the investment, and everything will follow. Everything, money is like honey. Everything comes.
Oh yeah.
So Dr. Nedd, there is a next question here in the chat. I'll read it just as how the person asked it. It says, Dr. Sean, do you see anyone in the PDP with the A&R Robinson energy? Actually, that's as I see it. I know you will answer that.
All right. So, how do I say this? So there are a lot of different types of persons linked to this party. It's a very broad brush party. So persons like Mr. A.R. Robinson, right? Or with so many titles, I don't have time. We have many of those persons from that time with us. All right. So we have the connection to, let's say, that time in the history of Tobago. All right. We have persons who see things in many different ways. So it's potentially that if A&R Robinson was with us, we hope that the ideas that we come up with may be similar to what he would be coming up with as well. I would say, though, in thinking about it further, that the approaches he would have had to develop would have had to do with the problems of Tobago at that time, right? So now we're a little bit further ahead than where Robinson would have been, right? So he would have been starting a lot of the issues like the constitutional reform, right? And getting Tobago to a point where it can actually fund itself a little bit better, moving from 1.3% to 4.03%, along, of course, with Mr. Ho Choi Charles, right? So there's a lot of limitations he would have had during his time, right? But then the same energy, I would say, is overall still present. I think Mr. Robinson wanted to see Tobago grow. Tobago gets its rightful share and its rightful place in this union, if we want to use that term, even though it's not something legal. But this interaction we have with Trinidad, we want to have a fair exchange. Give us what we're due, right? Mr. Robinson was for that, and many of the people around Mr. Robinson were also for that, right? And I think we channel a lot of that energy in the things we're seeing, but we have a lot of energy from other persons, from our youth. My generation is somewhere in between, and so on, right? We even have persons who are, let's say, the non-Afro group, the diaspora. We're literally channeling everybody's ideas and moving forward in the best way possible, right? Personally, I am, again, I'm a troubleshooter. I'm all about solutions, and I just go with what works best, what makes the most sense. And I think that's what we need more of at this time. So Mr. Robinson, I think, would be quite proud of what things have been going on at this point.
So
you notice what is happening in Guyana with the new government taking place and how much investment is run into Guyana at this point?
No, I haven't been following that, to be quite honest. No.
Because they open the door. Mm-hmm. They open the door. And that is all we need is the people in Trinidad and Tobago to open the door. Yes. And it's their own people assisting. It's the Guyanese people over here that have brought in the Americans and whoever. It's the Guyanese people across in the UK or wherever, is what helping to negotiate and bring that investment.
Right. And it's the same idea we have. Yeah.
So some JJ Sniper says, and you're talking about helping people, right? He says the THA needs to open a social program by which they help people develop their ideas for entrepreneurship and development. And I think that, is there something like that with respect to the THA? That's the question that should be asked. In the THA, do they have a part or a ministry with respect to entrepreneurship?
Right. I don't want to say the name wrong. I think there's a division dealing with small business and micro enterprises.
Okay, SMEs.
And yes, and they are supposed to help with the setting up of entrepreneurs and small businesses and micro enterprises. Exactly. So that is an avenue that can be looked at. But as I mentioned earlier, with the notion of public-private um, uh, interests or arrangements, we can work with various entities to offer aid, offer services, offer finances accordingly. I mean, the thing about it is, as a somewhat of a company, that's the way how THA can be viewed. We can encourage the production, the formation of NGOs, co-ops, etc. And these NGOs can then be encouraged to access grants and so on to develop different ideas and based on what the particular NGO wishes to do. Currently, Tobago doesn't do this. The NGOs pretty much don't access the grant system for various reasons. Most of the reasons include not filling out the necessary paperwork, and it just flounders. So you get almost zero impact on these entities. Right. The same for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs can access grants accordingly away abroad or even in Trinidad and Tobago. But again, people do not finish the necessary processes. So there's a need for help in terms of going through a specific line of people who can whatever is necessary to get the outcome. I would tell you that I have dealt with persons who want to set up a business, but they have no idea how to write a proposal, right? So that whole method of getting that done helps people. And then, of course, now that means we should probably have programs for proposal writing, right? So so a lot of this is sort of common sense, but it's not being done for whatever reason. And then, of course, the other part is if you give a program that trains, you need to have a holistic approach where after you've given the program, you now actually put it into an application. So the person needs to be encouraged to actually write a program for an actual business, which can access a fund potentially with the business development unit, which has to be relooked at because I think their limit is 25,000 and potentially more than that as a loan, which is restrictive for persons at the wage level that they exist at, right? So that's another concern right there. But you still need to go through the process of having a proper proposal and doing the necessary work so that you can get the best outcomes as an entrepreneur, right? And
So,
then
Dr. Nedd, last question for me before you go, right? We see COVID-19 on the rise in Tobago, right? And some people this thing may have started when over the Easter weekend, thousands of people came to Tobago, and from there it's been on its way up. COVID-19 has been rampant in Tobago, right? But some people will ask this question. The leader, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, is unvaccinated and is not telling people whether to take or not take the vaccine. But Dr. Faith B. Israel is telling people that she believes that she take the vaccine, right? Isn't that kind of a mixed signal that the PDP sending to people? Vaccinated
No.
opposed to the unvaccinated?
The main message is we are pro-choice, right?
Take that.
The situation is I don't know who said that.
Nice, Gary. But
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we are pro-choice. The whole thing is there are arguments on both sides. All right. We have Dr. Faith, and I'm scientist, and I can fully appreciate the arguments that Dr. Fate has made very eloquently, very clearly on on taking a vaccine. And then Mr. Duke would also have his concerns. He's not a silly guy. He's very much understanding of the issue and the impact his decision is, but he has concerns, and that both of these opinions are channel what a lot of people feel, right? You have people on both sides, and all we're saying is you gain the necessary knowledge, right, and information in order to make a proper final decision on this matter, right? It is the government's job to make its case for what wants the population to do, right? But the individual citizen should be able to follow the information and make a final decision. Right?
Hey, Dr. Nedd, I see why you is a doctor and why you is chairman of the PDP, because you see that you see that answer just give me it. That's a good answer, boy.
That's good to hear.
That means there's freedom in the PDP.
That's right.
There is freedom in the PDP.
In the PDP, yeah.
Gary, don't start talking about PDP. You know you're a yellow baby. So all of a sudden, don't start talking about the PDP all the time.
Hello.
All right. You want to sudden with PDP.
So because
you
me and
get me in trouble.
Because me and Watson Duke is friend. No, the PNM, the PNM spinning something down there that Watson Duke is friend with the UNC and don't vote for he. You know that kind of thing. They want to spin that thing.
Let me comment. Let me comment on that, please.
Hold that thought right there. Hold that thought. We're going to go for a quick station identification. It's individuals to the DAG triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we have with us the chairman tonight of the PDP, Dr. Sean Nedd, has been joining us, and he has been with us for almost 2 hours now. And we're going to come back, quick station identification. It's in the village to the DAG triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Stick and sit, don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We're back with you. It's in the village with the DAG triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. But tonight we have with us in the village the chairman of the Progressive Democrat Patriots. Did I get that right?
Democratic.
Democratic. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, God, he from Chumakak. He from Chumakak.
I dropping it thick. Progressive Democratic Patriots.
Dr. Nedd, ask him to say 3.
3.
Let me don't do that.
But Dr. Nedd, before you get to the point of addressing Gary Party, right? Let me talk. I went to Seton from 1978 to 1982, and one of my good friends was a Tobagonian called Linton Williams. He's back in Tobago now. I don't call him and find out who he's supporting, yes, because my father from Roxburgh, right, and my brothers and them live close to Roxburgh, and I see them wearing some green t-shirts running about the place, right?
Green and black, right?
Right, and I mean some black t-shirts, running about the place. I send me pictures and things, right? But Gary's party point he wanted to address with respect to the UNC or the PDP. Go ahead, address that.
All right. So 2 things I kind of want to get to, right? But the first one, yes, the UNC issue. That now, this is quite tiring. It's to the point of laughter and ridiculousness. We've even had an election where the PNM would have posted up UNC posters with the likeness of Duke on it, saying that this is UNC and PDP working together. The PRO of the UNC would have stated unilaterally that the PDP and the UNC are not together at all. Right? The PDP has also specifically said, very publicly, that we are not part of the UNC. I don't know what else one can do if somebody's just going to say, I believe they are together because I see them in a picture. So if I see Mrs. Besessa, Pusad Besessa, and Dr. Rowley in a picture, that means that they're part of the same party, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to understand the logic in
special love between those two.
Right? So if you shake the hand of somebody, that means you are part of their organization, or you talk to them, you're a part of the. I'm trying to understand the logic and the approach in all of this, except to say that obviously the goal is to stoke xenophobia and other unresolved issues in Tobago. All
Which
right?
we have seen in the last general election, right?
And the election prior, the THA election and the last THA election. It's continued. Right. So let me just say this, right? The concern of UNC, right? Even if you go down that line, the idea is somehow Indians, right, will come to Tobago and take over the land on a Calcutta ship. Right? That's how TOP would have lost, right, on this message, which is a ridiculous message. Currently, Tobago has been losing lands under PNM to the same persons, and that's not us. All right, and it's not to say that we are against people getting lands necessarily. It's just that the message does not make any sense. The problem that they are not accounting for is that what you should do is encourage Tobagonians to own their lands outright. You need to actually solve the problems of Tobagonians not having deeds for their lands. They don't have to be worried about anybody coming over to Tobago and taking lands.
And why is it that the people of Tobago don't own their land? What's the reason for that?
So there's a long history, starting back when wardens were removed and they didn't finish doing certain things in the development of Tobago. So people here would have written their names down in a warden book. So that's why we still have a warden search assessment rules, and people would have just used that as an indicator of ownership, right? So they pay their taxes and that's it. Then so
did they buy their own land? Did they buy their land and build their houses? Is that how that went about? Or did they acquire the land?
So a lot of the land is family land. So people would have had a batch of acres of land
that passed down to them.
Yeah, passed down. So and that has caused a problem, right? People passed on, and over time we've had different iterations. So we would have had the Queen's Council deed set up, and then you would have had the new setup, which is your regular legal size deed papers, which show your ownership of the land. Right now, in order to get that, you have to make sure you have a flow of ownership, right? And people have passed, that's their great grandperson and their father just there, and nobody has the money to do the probate. They don't have the money to do the
so when they don't have the money, they are losing their property. Is that what's happening?
Well, that's it becomes problematic, because if you don't have the ownership for the property, you can't do other things like bail bonds, for example. You can't use the property as leverage that many people use their properties for whatever reason, if it's on a collateral for something else, right? So a lot of benefits are lost, and one of the plans is to simply deal with that problem. You bring the necessary paperwork in, we assign lawyers, maybe have some sort of...
You show relationship to the person that owned the property and you acquire the land.
Right, pretty much. If that is an option, or you go down the route of an RPO, right, which is a longer process, but that will take you through the neighbors who have to do declarations, and so all of these things that they're up. Basically, the point is there are options that you can follow to fix the issue of the land. One is more expensive than the other, but they will both end up with you owning the land. right? And once you have that, your concern about somebody's taking your land is irrelevant, right? It also
but
is
we know people don't have a lot of money, so we would want the least
right.
costly route to this thing.
Right.
And,
So
and I mean, as long as they could show relationship to the owner, whether it's their great grandfather, whoever it is, you know, we want that land to stay in their possession.
Correct.
You know, so okay, so that is something that we want to make sure that they're secured.
And it's doable.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's all doable.
Dr. Nedd, they keep asking in the quick chat. Sorry to interject on you.
Sure.
Are they going to have observers for the election? I don't know if anybody missed it or I missed it. Are they going to?
No, we answered. No observers.
No observers.
No observers.
You all heard it. Good. Yeah.
Right.
They keep fine. Good.
So
give her the answer now. What the Prime Minister said to you. Maybe she didn't hear it. Give her the answer. What the Prime Minister said about the observers. So
well, essentially, if he deems it necessary.
Oh Jesus!
Then we'll have observers.
Here we go, Mr. Dictator.
Well, I didn't say that, but
I mean, so. I say so. You ain't. Dr. Nedd didn't say it. Diana Benskin say it. Dictator only. Go ahead.
Right. We listen to people. Right. So so I hope I answered the UNC issue. The UNC issue is a non-issue. Right. We are if we are the party encouraging you to gain access and control of your lands, then we are not encouraging any entity to come across the Tobago to take your lands. It just doesn't make sense. All right. And then on the other side, we're also encouraging that we make plans for the lands that are available in terms of state lands. And those lands will go for various activities, right? Which is in discussion with people. It could be for housing, it could be for agriculture, it could be for some sort of commercial activity, right? Whatever we wish to do, we will work with our fellow Tobagonians to figure these things out, right? So this notion of PDP and UNC really needs to be dusted away, and I think anybody who sees any ad or any sort of indication that the two of us are linked and somehow this is a horrible thing for Tobago, it's just it really makes absolutely no sense.
Can you do me a favor? If you see any poster, any billboard with that message, can you take a picture of it and send it to us?
Sure, if they do it again, sure.
Yeah, anything like that you see that linking UNC and PDP and trying to spread this kind of a propaganda, I would like to see that. Go ahead.
Not a problem. So the other thing I wanted to mention, and I'll ask if I can give our contact. I didn't ask that earlier, but they could let me know, right? But one thing I wanted to talk about.
You could go ahead and give it. You could go ahead and give it. That's fine.
You can go ahead and give it. At the end, I'll do that. Okay. Right. So one of the things that we note, right, in these representatives, and the question comes up: if you're going to decide on a representative, it's based on, I would like to think, their leadership skills, right? And in a way, their management skills. So it's a combination of these two things. But right now, I'll focus on leadership skills. So if we're going to look at the people who are vying for office, and then the group who wishes to run a particular entity, right? So we look at these things. I'll just fast track, but I want to focus on just two of them. So there are 11. Communication, integrity, accountability, and empathy. Those two I'll talk about briefly. Then humility, resilience, vision, influence, positivity, delegation, and confidence. I want these 11 to be very clear in persons' minds as they listen to the way in which PNM has been operating. Right, that we could talk about humility, you could talk about lack of vision, right? All these things are there. But really and truly, if you're not accountable, if you're not a person of accountability, and you're not empathetic, other things never flow. Right? Because if you feel as though you can do whatever you wish in an entity, you're not going to care about communicating with people. You're not going to care about integrity. What's the point? There's no need for it. Right? These things flow, and the problems that we see, the report from the Auditor General that came out, we would have shown that in the last election, is an indictment. We only were talking about the zip line, but there were several hundred of issues brought up. Right? If you are an accountant, you know that if you are out $10, it's a problem. Right? And we're talking millions, hundreds of millions of dollars unaccounted for. And they're saying that they just don't have the information. And you have to just accept that. This is to the Auditor General. They cannot account for the monies. Full stop. Next item. And as a citizen or as a member of Tobago, I think we should be very, very concerned about things like that. So this is accountability. And then empathy. All right. So you are responsible for all persons on the island of Tobago. But then you have persons who are in need, but they're not for your party, or they don't sign a party card, or they have a difference of opinion. And it shows a lack of empathy that because of that, they deserve to starve, or their children don't deserve food or monies for education or proper housing. Right? These sort of things come from very baseline concepts in leadership. Right? And if you're not willing to do those things, I think you've become very much disqualified for even taking a chance in becoming an assemblyman or anybody in leadership in the community. You've disqualified yourself, and that's my point about looking at the members of the PNM growing up and what they accept. Right? I mean, we have examples recently where it was reminded that Agatha Carrington would have made certain spurious comments about our own Dr. Faith B. Israel in terms of her personal life in a sitting in the house of the THA, right? And there was no beratement by the rest of the PNM members. They all accepted this behavior. This behavior is unbecoming of people who are supposed to be running the affairs of the island, but everybody accepted. I think even some people hit their desk in approval, right? This is what we're looking at coming into this December, the 6th election, and we want people to be very discerning, right? Look through this list. Humility. Was there any apology given? None was given. Right? People make errors and they don't make apologies for it. They just simply double down on the same bad method of doing something. Right? So again, leadership qualities going in. I believe and I think that everybody notes that our party and our group is ready to run the THA with actually the real leadership skills that we need to actually get things done. The skills, the management, and we're very well capable. I'll just say in order to contact us, I would give my my email, which is the chairperson.pdp@gmail.com. So you can contact me there, and we'll make the necessary shifts to the various officers based on what you send, right? But we want the help of everyone to bring this home. I think we have made a very good case for why we should be accepted as the next executive to run the THA, and we really look forward to your support in all forms.
So, Dr. Nedd, I want to thank you so very kindly, for taking, your time and join us here in the village to the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. But before you go, any closing words?
Oh, well, thank you. First of all, thank you all for having this long form. I'm seeing it over 3 hours, if I'm seeing right.
Oh, is that long?
I think so. All right. So I appreciate it. It's very difficult to get out some of the information in short bursts. And it's important to hear, I think, a viewpoint from more of an administrative side. Politics goes a certain direction, and you have song bites, and you have to say things in a very quick way to make a very quick point. But many things are lost in that sort of format. So it's great to have the opportunity to hear questions and give out the answers in a fuller way, so persons can understand really what we're dealing with. So
And let me tell you, we had questions in the chat that we didn't even get to, because time is of the essence, you know what I mean? And we had to respect your time too as well. But we definitely like to have you back, in order for you, as you get up close to December the 6th, and I'm sure, other people from the PDP as well. And in addition to that, I hope that the PNM will join CivilNet when they're having these debates, so other people in the diaspora can hear what the PNM candidates is putting on the table from a global perspective, because we are global and we want to hear what they are putting on the table. And it's very disappointing that we are not hearing from the PNM candidates, and we could only hear them on their platform, but we want to hear them in a setting where there can be questions asked and they answer the questions. I mean, we think that's one of the best format in order for people to really understand, what people are getting in the future. And you're not getting change, and you're only getting exchange.
The party that you support, they have things to hide. See, so they're not coming in no forum.
You see,
so we want to open the door.
The party that you support, they have things to hide. The Bajan woman telling you so.
But listen,
Bajan woman telling you so.
I'm talking against the party I support, and I telling them to do something. You come in and attack me, Diana Benskin.
They have things to hide. You see, all
Diana Benskin, why you come in and attack me?
You have to be open like the Bajan. You understand? Come out on the platform and answer the question.
All right. Because you can't vote in Trinidad, that's why you have this problem.
No problem. I don't want to vote in Trinidad. There's nobody in Trinidad I care to vote for. Nope.
And they take away your passport, and you ain't going no ID card.
They can keep the passport. I have a Bajan passport and a US passport. They could keep that, no problem.
Yeah.
But they can't take away my nationality.
That's an exciting. But any closing words before you go, Dr. Nedd?
No, basically, we want everyone to, if they like what they're hearing, they are interested in the betterment of Tobago.
I like it.
Please vote for us. And if you can't personally vote for us,
I encouraging people to vote. Yep.
Please advocate. Please advocate strongly. We need the support in all ways, financial, human resources, right? Yep. And then when we win, we want the expertise of people, right, to get the actual work done. So we really look forward to everyone's support in all ways going forward.
Dr. Nedd, I want to come and bathe at Pigeon Point. You hear what I'm telling you? I'm tired. I want a sea bath. Pigeon Point is my favorite beach. When I come to Trinidad and Tobago, I rent a chair. I go all around the different locations. I have my drinks. I have my food. I want to come and take a sea bath. I don't know what's wrong with Keith Rowley. What is wrong with him?
You might have to get some buckets and pour it in a tub and maybe that's the only way to get a sea bath. No.
I want to take an island tour. I want to go to Gemma's and eat. I want to eat the bread from the oven that they bake, the dirt oven. I tired now. Dr. Rowley, listen here. Stop with your foolishness. All right.
Go in Barbados and take a sea bath now.
I want to go Pigeon Point. Watch yourself.
Why you want to go to Tobago?
I have a right to go to Tobago as a born Trinbagonian.
Go Barbados. But Dr. Nedd, we want to say thank you so very kindly for joining us, man. Sorry for the banter back and forth, but Beijing has given us some time.
I realize she wouldn't.
Look at that.
Yeah, but listen, I do want to reiterate my message to the people of Tobago that we are extending them an opportunity for a voice. We want to hear from them. We want to hear from the people on the ground. This window is open to them. for their voice to be heard, and I just want to take back that to the team and to
I
people.
want to see the turtle lay egg. I'm tired. Rowley, you're messing up. I'm tired now, right? I want to see that. I'm fed up now. I want to go and dance on the pavement round the corner from the airport there by that bar and have a nice time with the fellas. I'm fed up.
So, Dr. Nedd, let me say thank you again very kindly, and it's been a pleasure.
All right. Good night, everyone. Great being with you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. Cool. Take care. Yeah. Yeah. You will go get Seabag. Look.
I want to go Pigeon Point. I have a right to go Pigeon Point. I'm a born. I want to go Pigeon Point now.
Well, I can't go to Tobago, right? I can't go to Tobago. I have to support from a distance because they go say I come to take away their land over there. You hear that?
No, because when you go with your UNC thing. That's where you go.
Well, I said hear what your party telling them, right? You hear what your party spin.
Oh, you going with the passion fruit juice?
All right. Your party spin, the Indians coming to take away their land. All right.
No. When nobody said that. Nobody said that in this upcoming election, yeah. Nobody said that.
But that I mean, nobody has said that. What?
When you hear that, Marcia Brave Boy, welcome. When you hear that.
Oh God, man, you know how long Marcia there? You have internet. You don't have internet.
But Diana Benston, you do it now, call you the superlatives now. The girl there long time and you even call shit.
I acknowledge Marcia a long time.
I will support my brother from a distance. Yes. I am not going to Tobago for nobody to feel we coming to take no land from them.
But I go in Tobago and I go and vote.
Look, did you acknowledge my dog? Did you acknowledge my dog?
Yeah, I acknowledge it.
But let's remember, it's your party you had spin that, eh?
Huh?
I acknowledge Crazy Canine, yeah.
Yeah, but you
Final for Marcia when she coming to join.
Rose? Diana Benskin, hold on, Gary. Diana Benskin, did you acknowledge Rose? Rose broke she toe. Did you acknowledge that? Did you tell people Rose broke her toe?
Yeah, I acknowledge the chrysanthemum, yep.
Did you tell
I know hearing that. Rose didn't tell me that. She broke her toe?
Yeah, Rose broke her toe.
Oh, dear.
Oh, I know that. Rose tell me that since about 7 o'clock and you even say nothing.
Well, I probably was dealing with these little bad kids that bouncing ball off the place. So I went off the chat for a minute. So I had to chase them. Some little white kids.
Oh, they're from Chumakak too?
Yeah, they're from Chumakak. There's weekend kids come to visit the father, so they're playing basketball and they were aggravated. I tell them, don't let the ball come in here. I painted my porch. And if the ball come in here, I'm not coming out to hand them nothing. So later for them.
Hey, look, did you acknowledge Richard Ramrup? Did you acknowledge him by Anna Benston?
Oh, yeah. I tell him something about the fig, the Sikia fig.
What are you Sikia fig, fella? What about Darren Prasad? Did you acknowledge Darren Prasad?
Yeah, me and Darren had something going, yep.
Oh, you had a little thing going? Oh, good. Yep. All right.
I tell you are internet. You are no internet.
What about JJ Sniper?
Oh yeah, already. Ask if he to shoot gun, yeah.
Yeah, where you get that name from, boy? JJ Sniper? Who's that? Which party is that sniper for?
I don't know.
Yeah, to be a sniper for some party.
Look, Alice, the board say Wall Street just slow. Excuse the old man.
Ellis. When I come to Trinidad, hey, look what Marcia Brave Boy say. Marcia, Marcia, oh, you're backing this up, Marcia Brave Boy.
Said done fixed
tell
already.
Tell Marcia calling for
9687.
The election done fixed already. The result 96087 in favor of the party that will have that election rig. Marcia, Mother Bernie will differ from you. Mother Bernie says she look into a crystal ball. And
Rose, how you break your toe? You was doing a contortion position or
what? CC 10-5. You see? What happened? You ain't even acknowledge and say, Rose, we go send some soft candle for you to put on your toe.
No, she was doing a contortionist position. She had no right doing that position. The contortion, you know. At her old age.
The woman went down San Fernando and
I don't know that.
San Fernando.
I don't know that.
Rose. But what? What? Boy, Marcia, I afraid you know. Marcia says she's a sea woman, yes?
Marcia, call in. Call in. Voice.
What?
Call she. Online.
Yeah. Eugene say you want a bush bat.
I don't want no bush bat. I good. I just bathe with exquisite soaps.
What kind of bush you putting in that bad boy?
I just bathe with soap made with goat milk and stuff. I bathe with exquisite soap.
Now it's 10:27, guys. Late.
Oh, okay. I lost track of time. All right, we're doing next time then.
I don't need no bush bath, Eugene. I am very, very good. Exquisite soaps, my dear. You know, Cleopatra used to bathe with exquisite soaps. Get it straight.
But you see, Diana Benskin, you say you want to
all I know about blue soap, you don't want no exquisite
to take a bath. The man just say you're taking a bush bath and you're cussing the fella.
I ain't cussing him. I tell him I was exquisite. But he said I want a bush bath. I just bathe with exquisite soaps.
Why you being poetically, you know? you're cussing him poetically, man. Why is that?
Cleopatra bathed with exquisite soaps, frankincense and myrrh.
Wait, Tommy still here? What's going on?
Tommy going Sandy Grande.
Oh Lord! All right. Tommy, say nothing.
Tommy.
What? Manikou holding big pride. I ain't eating no Manikou. Sorry.
Hey, Rose, thank you so much, boy. Rose is a gem, you know. Rose say, handsome, you look very nice. I like your jersey. Rose, you see, Rose, you're very observant.
Rose, that is why you kick a stone. You kick a stone with the stone, what the stone was connected to.
But, Dana Benson, why are you so wicked, bro? You're wicked, you know. The woman brought you to, I need to let she kick a stone because she give me a compliment.
But what the stone was connected to, Rose?
Oh,
God. Or should I say, who was the stone connected to?
Yeah, but so Marcia Big Boy says, I wish Mother Bernie prediction of 10-5 in favor of the PDP will be true and come true, but I know Marcia talks some other kind of words like I mean I know language, but I know what I'm would be, Marcia. I know what it is.
No, Rajri. Back in the day, I bathed with blue soap and I couldn't do better. I don't bathe with blue soap anymore.
But the blue soap did the job. I know. I have no complaints against blue soap.
What my dog said? What is my dog talking about? She says she
Thank
was
you, Rose. Nothing.
Blue soap and yellow soap. It was a yellow block too, you know. There was not only blue one, there was a yellow one too.
What? We didn't used to use no blue soap. As Paul's ways, we never use no blue soap to bathe in Chumaka.
Carbolic soap.
We use blue soap to wash with clothes, not
but
to bathe.
You bathe with Breeze.
No, I bathe with Palmolive. What's wrong with you?
But that was a luxury or Lux. Remember they had Lux soap? That was a luxury soap.
Yeah, Lux. But listen, one Lux used to last you about 6 months.
Wait. You bathe with sweet soap.
Yeah. We take one Lux because we take a Lux.
Sweet. That's what they call it.
And you rub it in your hand. And you take your hand and you wipe out your skin with your hand. That Lux used to last 5 or really 6 months.
They call it sweet soap. But I bathe with Breeze and Drive and all kind of thing.
And what Drive?
Yeah, that was a detergent. See, you from Chumakak, you don't know anything.
Drive? They don't drive in Trinidad? They don't drive.
Yes, Drive was a detergent. Anybody in the chat agree or disagree? Drive was a detergent.
You must be talking to go to
Drive was a detergent. Yes. Drive was a detergent.
Yeah, Eugene boy, live boy, say boy. Live boy, I remember that, you know.
Yeah. It was Breeze and Drive.
Richard Ramut say, my girl Diana, talk to me. My girl Diana, talk to me, talk to my boy Wall Street. Right, Richard, I don't know what you're saying, huh?
Anybody in the chat know about Drive detergent?
Nobody know about that.
Tommy, you know about Drive detergent? I know about Drive.
Not cake, no election observers, man. Where you was? Like you was eating carrot cake or what?
Drive. No, there was a detergent named Drive.
you see, Dr. Rowley calling his shots. He dictated to the ABC to change the number of seats.
Marcia Brave Boy said yes, there was a detergent named Drive. Go.
In Barbados.
In Trinidad.
No.
Look, there was.
Listen, Dada, I promise that tonight again. I said I will come, I will call the fella run the MC. Right? And I will leave him alone.
I don't know where's a chat.
You see? You see? I said I will leave him alone. You hear me calling him so far tonight? I call him run the MC, right? I call him by his right name.
Wait, my dog running a chant here for you, eh? Rum is my lover, and I don't care. So we drinking today, and we drinking forever. A killer, I don't. Oh Lord, boy.
Look. Anything to disagree with me. Anything to disagree with me. Little Ron Horner. Yep. Drive detergent was TNT, Diana. Anything to disagree with me.
Yeah, it was a detergent. Marcia Brave Boy said so too. Ellis want to know what soap you use on
I don't remember Drive though.
I don't remember Drive. I'm telling you. In Chumaka, we have to use Drive.
Okay, let me tell you why I remember Drive.
Wait.
I know about Tide.
Then hold on. Edison Prince say you used to bathe with soap seed. Where's soap seed? You know about soap seed?
Soap seed? Let me tell you how I know about Drive. It used to come in a yellow box with blue writing. And the commercial on TV, you pour the Drive in the bucket, and little men used to come out like the Pac-Man and eat the stains out the clothes. So one day my imbecile brother went and get the box of Drive, and he poured it. I don't know when Mother Davis was gone. Pour it in the bucket looking for the little men in the box. And he ended up pouring the whole box of Drive out of and we had a whole bucket of sudsy water. So we was bathing in the rain with the Drive, and we were constantly looking for these little men that eating the stains. That is how I remember Drive. Watch yourself. Drive. Look. JJ Sniper said yes. Drive detergent. Yes, JJ, I'm old. I'm refined.
I don't know about that soap.
Because it was too expensive for you people in the true macaque.
I just want to know what soap you use on that face, Wall Street.
Oh God!
I use Lux. I use Love Boy.
No, it's not Love Boy. It's Life Boy. Oh my God!
I use Love Boy. You ever use that soap?
Yeah, Life has a nice smell.
My sister.
Yes, there is a detergent named Drive. Go and do your research.
No, that must be from
They didn't use to market to you. They didn't use to market in True Macaque.
Huh?
Then it was too expensive for you all.
But I still surprised at you that you even send Rose a little thing. I say, Rose, sorry to hear that you stump your toe in San Fernando.
She says she stumped it on a stone, so I want to know who the stone was attached to.
How you know she says she stumped it on a stone?
That is what she said in the chat.
I thought she said she stumped it in San Fernando.
She said she stumped it on a stone. I want to know who that stone was attached to. Gary, he's slow,
the stone could have been the San Fernando Hill. I don't know.
Look, Richard Ramrup says.
Thank you, Ron. See? Ron know that Drive was a detergent too. Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember Drive.
You know, I really don't. Eli.
That was in the 80s?
No, in the 70s, Gary.
70s.
Gary,
I'm older than you, Gary.
That's what I said. I don't remember that. Maybe they cut it.
Drive detergent.
It is the answer from Chumaka behind God back. He don't know nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They wouldn't bring it up that hill.
But Diana, let me get back to a quick point here, because we're gonna close just now. Diana, them two videos are present back to back with what's his name again? The young guy.
Jaden Darius.
And the girl who doing child labor. Why would the Ministry of Labor put out a video like that with respect to child labor and these kids becoming entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs of Trinidad and Tobago to have their own companies? And the mother teaching them discipline. Like how they taught us discipline. Right? Why do we try to go down that road?
Yep.
That's the road they're trying to go down with Darius?
No, I made the comparison. So here's the video. Here's the video that Gary. Maybe you missed it. Here's the video.
I didn't see it. Yeah, but I was
here it is. Here it is.
Oh, it's not playing.
Like the video you want to play
freeze.
Now?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I think we hung up again.
Rewind.
Yep, we hung up. Could you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm hearing you, but I don't know. Something happened to your the video.
You can rewind.
Okay. All right.
Click and restart it. The Ansem dropped out.
Seems like he, yeah.
Ansem dropped out. Is he back?
Not yet.
Ellis, so why is your face Kitchener sing about when he sing Pan in Danger? These people in the chat, they're not easy, you know. Petrol tin. Diana, Drive was a car. No, Drive was a detergent. Go and pull up old commercials for soap in Trinidad and Tobago and you see Drive was a detergent. Anybody would know. Wait, Anselm fell out totally, man. Well,
no, I right here.
Oh, okay, good.
No, what happened is that that fella, the little fella,
Jaden.
No, I watching my dog post. My dog, Oliver guy, I grew up in Chumakak, you know. Them sort of weak joke, or they be giving them weak joke. You on Little Run Horn and Ellis Island, they be giving all that. Look.
PNM thief the Drive soap before it get to the shell.
All right, Gary, let me see if I could play this thing here for you. Where is that one, boy? Let me see this here. Here we go. This is it here. This one here? Okay, let me see if I remove that again.
Anselm resembles Scooby-Doo for real.
Yeah.
That deprives children of their childhood potential and dignity is called child labor. All them hard work that have me stressed out, depressed, and unhappy as a child. Labor can cause some serious mental and physical effects, such as depression and drug dependency. My rights to an education can help prevent child labor and poverty. Furthermore, education promotes peace and tolerance. Mommy, I am not doing any work again. The legal age is 16. Some parents would never understand. Children, I wish we could have a voice and not be afraid to speak up when we are faced with these situations.
So that is a video that's put out by, there's a contest running and the Ministry of Labor put out that video, right? And there is others, right? So I contrast that video, or compare that video with this video here, right?
Today is Universal Children's Day, and we are all reminded that the rights of children are no joking matter. Sir Mighty Sparrow said it in his own unique way when he sang, "Education its foundation. Our rising population needs on education to be recognized anywhere you go. You gotta have your certificate to show. For any kind of happiness, knowledge is the key to success. Children go to school and learn well, and I'll let the dawn in night to get without an education in your head, don't have to be secondary, better off dead. For the city no room in this whole wide world, for an uneducated little boy or girl. For our companion to lead you astray, to all you got to learn
today. Sing it, boy.
So let me ask a question, right? If a parent is teaching their kids at 12 years of age how to be responsible, be an entrepreneur, and how you have to work hard for your money rather than doing things that you're not supposed to do, the Ministry of Labor is telling them, nah, or they don't do that because that's child labor. What kind of madness is that? What kind of madness is that?
Right.
I grew up selling mango in Snake Valley. That's where my entrepreneurial skills come from. I had to go and pick mango and go and sell. And the Ministry of Labor in Trinidad and Tobago telling people this, look, all they do, boy, look. Go ahead, Gary.
I used to pick up a shovel and follow my father what he doing. You know, when he was building the house and you know and mixing concrete and playing more man than it really is. You know. But that's how we learn. I mean that is our culture. That's why most of us can help ourselves when we need it to. You want it to be like in America here where you know a man can't even pong a nail? You know, this country is suffering for skilled labor.
Yep.
Yeah,
girl don't know how to cook, turn a pot.
Yeah. If your mother have a little thing where she's selling food, and you have a 12-year-old, let you come and learn to cook.
That's right.
But
and the boy too.
Doing it to get out the parents. Nobody's pressuring you.
But I see that. I said, what kind of madness these people getting into, boy? All they want people to come like other countries, right? But then people are 12, all they going and sit down in the house and sit down there and doing schoolwork and nothing else. And watching TV and on their phone. Boy.
And both sisters about they doing their nails and I ain't cooked now. Send it around the McDonald's.
Yeah. Yeah, children need to be children, but you can you know, give them skills that they will need for later on, like time management and stuff like that. You know, you give them certain things to do and let
your children in what you're doing,
but not abuse them now.
Not abusing them, you know, is another thing. But when you doing something and your children there with you doing, that's how we were raised. You know.
You know, I've been around my godmother so long. You know, she had a stall at the Oval, and I always say, I get to serve people like the likes of Kitchener, Mighty Sparrow, Viv Richards, what's his name, Sir Garfield Sobert. You know, so Tony Cozier, Lloyd Best. You know, I get to serve those type of people food, and I watch my godmother's customer service skills in play. You know, and I watch her upsell when she realized she had extra product on hand, and rather than throw it out because the food was sour, she upsell. You know, you don't want some chips alongside with the, you know, and all the I learned these things. You know, I learned to make roti from watching her roti maker They're at the Oval, you know. And there's a whole lot of things you learn, you know, you learn.
But let me address. Haley says, and some Trinidad in no better condition with that. Nah, Haley. No. Plenty of us. Look at the people in the chat. Look, for example. Look. Lana say, I start woodworking for my grandfather at an early age. Right? JJ Sniper have a good point though. Many children does not have access to internet and school, and that's child abuse. That's a good point. That is a good point.
Educational abuse. Yep.
And then they give them a tablet and they have no electricity and internet.
Yeah.
That PNM 2020 vision? Or 2025 vision?
Correct. But Ellis, you're right. Today I cut my godson tail and the police tell me I could get locked up. I told the police, lock me up then. Because if we don't discipline our kids, they were gunned down by the same police. Correct is right. You see? Exactly the point. Right? You don't want we to grow up entrepreneurs. We want you to grow up, they go sit down with a phone or they go sit down with a tablet and you talking about child labor, 16 and under. Look, boy, who in charge of the Ministry of Labor in Trinidad? Who's that? Who in charge of that? Who's the minister? Who's the minister? Boy, look.
What's his name? What's his name? Young. He likes salt. He and everything.
No. Rose said I sold eggs and mangoes as a child and gave my mother and father the money to buy groceries. Correct? When I finished selling the mango, I also give it to my grandmother. Yeah. Look, Eugene says, I used to sell crabs. Eugene, what kind of crab you used to sell, boss?
Oh, Lord. You mean Gene. What kind of way you get them crabs from? You open up yourself here now for a whole heap of question. Where you catch them crab from? They was walking on the sun or they was walking on here?
Hey, Eugene, you selling crabs? We can have crabs from Pastor.
You catch them by the sea or by the sea.
Come on, man. Don't be little.
Yeah, but wait. Eli said kids need to be kids, nothing else. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I have no idea. No, they need chores. They need structure.
Look, even when the MC used to get licks, when I was she age, if I don't do my chores, it fan belting me.
No, but what I'm saying to you, that's something different. I mean, if you're doing something, you're prepping food, you have your kids there, they're participating together with you. If you're doing it where you make it like a slave master, that's something else, you know.
But Gary,
they didn't do this and didn't do that is something different. But if you're doing it with your kids.
But Gary, here's the point. That to me, you see what them just do there? By put all them little people, then put on them young kids and do them poem and thing, that is child labor.
Yeah.
The same labor they're talking about is, you know why? Because them kids had to take time away from the schoolwork to go and make them poem, to go and make these videos and all kind of thing. Look, them boy, we in Trinidad, boy, we real backwards, you know. You talking about child labor? That girl for she to go and pick up them, put up all them bricks there and put her sand there, pick up that sand and all kind of thing. What is that? What is that? What is that?
I believe in children having structure and chores. Yeah, I believe you and your chores should be related to how old you are. You know, like your smaller child, you say, okay, you take this little bag out and you throw it in the garbage. Older child, you gotta wash dishes. You use your dish, you gotta wash it. You gotta clean your room. You gotta wash. You teach them to wash their clothes.
Correct.
Because I ain't your maid. Let's go.
Correct.
You have to keep your there's some things.
And children know it's better to teach these kids at these ages than try to teach them when they come 16, 17, 18,
That's
19,
right.
20.
Yep.
By the time you lost them already.
Yeah, by the time you can reach the sink, I'm putting a little step stool for you. Hey, let's wash the cup.
I had to sweep the yard before I go to school. And when I come back, I just sweep it again because the mango tree, them leaves fall in the yard. I just sweep it again, right? and I have chores I had to do. I had to go and bring water. Haley said, I had so much work after school, I could never do any of my homework. Every day is getting in trouble from the school, but not doing my homework. Well, Haley, time management, I used to well, I could talk about me. I had to go out and sweep the yard. I had to bring water. I had to go and pick mango to sell. I had to go to school. All them things and them. And I had to learn how to do all them things. Discipline, production and talk. Hey! Who gave you that? The father of the nation. What you tell me? What's the watch rate?
Discipline, production and tolerance. Highly. I lived farm life, so I know I had to get up 4:30 in the morning to milk, to knead flour, and while the flour raising, I had to go and milk cow, bottle the milk, and go and deliver it to neighborhood, and then come back and fry about 40 bakes, right, to get to school for 8 o'clock. By the time I get to school, I'm sleepy. And when I come home in the evening, clothes to wash, and not no machine here, juking board, and clothes taller than me. A heap of clothes. And if I don't, the boogie monster getting vexed. So all you don't know, yeah? Please.
Yeah. Rajvi said it's to lock up their mother and father, yes, with the books. Them day, JJ say, Ellis says all children must get up and do some little work at home. Of course, you have to. Wait now, Lana said if that is child labor, then they should remove cadets and all youth groups. Correct. Correct is right, Lana. But Lana, you eat a 6 girl. That's a 6. That's a 6.
Highly safe. 4:30, you walking cow for fresh grass. You had to go and milk the cow.
What's that? Richard Ramoud say, Wall Street, you fall over the fence. You live in boys. You live in boys now. What is that? Richard Ramoud. What is that one?
Well, I ain't get to milk no cow. I watch my grandfather do it.
I had to milk the damn cow.
Haley's the only one in the chat who contrary, but that's okay. We like contrarians in the chat. Haley says she agree with the idea. Children need to be children.
So that was Trinidad or Barbados guy. I'm Diana.
Trinidad. I'm talking Barbados. Trinidad. For 11 long years. Milking cow and cutting grass and stuff.
Hey, Donna, Diana, JJ Sniper, boy. I feel JJ Sniper is my dog brother, you know.
No, they roll you undercover.
No, because you have some good comments.
Oh, he's rolling undercover. Keep telling me.
They are teaching children how to disrespect parents and put parenting in the hands of the government so that children can report their parents for child. Oh God, he's a big mishandlement, boy. What? Jesus, that's a sniper one, boy. Mishandlement, boy. That's I like that one, boy. Mishandlement, boy. What? Steve
Tobago likes to copy things conveniently.
Stephen Dibadine, welcome.
Copy things conveniently from other countries.
Yeah. Roger get Jaro.
They won't copy things to benefit people's life and to enhance them. They copy things to use it at their convenience. Everything is fine with Dr. Rowley government, you know. They're looking for all opportunity to fine you. Fine $1,000 fine. You see, where in America here, you see police come and hunting you down and giving you a fine for not wearing a mask.
Yeah, I know.
Lana want me to rewind the government too. Rewind the government now.
Rowley need to be gone so quick, eh? Rowley gone, boy. Go.
Yeah,
Tim is getting late.
Yeah, I know. They might be mad to pull that thing. And I pulled that thing when I see it one time and I said, but what kind of madness is this, boy? We going in Trinidad and Tobago, boy. Oh, let me don't say all of it. Many of us grow up doing chores and sometimes we have to do a little work to make a little money, to make ends meet. Understand? It teach you. Remember the girl we had here who used to tell us she used to be studying while she was selling with her mother? What's she father?
Yeah.
Remember
Dosha Charles.
Right. You see, now she big. I think she in UE now. She was in UE.
She graduated, but she have her own thing going. Dosha
She's going to be a businesswoman.
Penna cool and put in here.
I mean,
She got business skills. She got a training hands-on.
Yeah, from farming to gardening to woodworking to roti shop to restaurant. I could talk about that. I started from selling mango in Snake Valley to picking up bottles in the Oval to coming to America and the rest is history. All from being an entrepreneur at 11, 12 years of age in Trinidad and Tobago.
But Anselm, if you tell me from Snake Valley selling mango, I wouldn't want no mango from you though.
I the best mango you ever get from Snake Valley.
Well, I don't know. I frightened you might sell me a mango with a snake in it.
Eli said, I'm not doing that to my children. Eli? Right? Yeah.
No, it's a big difference. Like I said, if you're doing something together with the children, you know, is another thing. But when you make it like an enslavement, you know, that's something different. But if you do some work and your kids participating with you, I mean, you know, I don't see no biggie. That's the best way to learn. That's how they learn to do anything.
But Gary, many of us growing up in Trinidad, maybe different now, but many of us growing up in Trinidad had work to do almost every single day. We are at chore. And your mother and father make sure that you completed that chore. Yeah.
Well, I can't say that for myself. If I did something, it's because I pick up myself to join my father in what he was doing. You know.
Yeah, well, I had to do it. Or else it break cut ass for me. Lick up.
No, well, I didn't have that experience. I followed my father around and imitated what he was doing.
All right, guys, let's go for a quick station identification.
I started helping him, you know. But,
let's go for a quick station identification. When we come back, we're gonna close. It's in the village of the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. You come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's 6 to 9 p.m. We're gonna go for a quick station identification. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back.
You're listening to
No, we don't want that one. We are back with you. It's in the village of the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you. I know what you are agreeing here with. Huh? Diana Benskin?
With the hard work to go to school. Yeah. I didn't have it easy, and I would never put a child through what I went through. You know, it is wake up 4:30 every morning, even 4 o'clock from rain falling, and you had to go out there, and you see a snake run cross from the dung heap to the cow pen going. You frightened as a child. You're frightened. But
how it is that you are being overworked?
I'm being.
Marcia said LS teenagers, not 10 and under, children 12 and under, should not be overworked. What is overwork?
Thank you.
Overwork?
Thank
what
you.
Is overwork?
Shoot,
you see,
tired.
Anselm,
you're over. Anselm, wait, let me finish. You get up at 4. I'm a child. I am 11 years old. I still was in primary school. 11 years old. I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning. And then I'm going down to bed at 11 or 12 o'clock in the night. I overwork and tired.
And how did you turn out?
Because I put it in my mind not to go by the corner and be a piper. So many times
did that affect you? Did that have an effect on you?
Yeah, it had a lot of effect on me. Right? Because let me tell you, at this point in my life, I don't like no hard work. I don't do nothing hard. Sorry.
Because you have done things that you could take it easy now. That's what it is. You have done things in your life, Diana Benskin, that you could sit back and relax now. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, you could say so.
Yeah, you could say so. Yeah, you whisper now. You whisper. What happened? You drinking some type of green tea or some type of passion fruit or something there?
Look, hurry up and let me go off the program. I'm tired.
You want to really go, nah. I can't agree with that, man. Yep, I know I can't agree with that, man. And all of a sudden you wake up early now. Happy, too bad. Somebody jump on the bandwagon at you. It's no you Marcy and Haley.
Sam, so I want to invite Marcy as a correspondent in reference to the Tobago election. I think she willing to do that.
Marcia?
Yeah, she's a highly skilled journalist. So you know.
Yeah.
So she could work with us on the ground if she willing to spare us a few minutes.
Yeah. She willing to spare a few minutes.
Yeah, so let her know. I mean, I'm saying it
Yeah,
publicly.
I'll let her know.
Yeah.
All right, so listen to this. Richard Ramroop, Marcel Brave Boy, and Eugene. Put closing comments in the chat. Marcel Brave Boy, Eugene, and Richard Ramroop. Put closing comments in the chat.
I have a number someplace, but I don't know if I still have it.
Yeah. I'll go link up with her, don't worry.
Yeah, I used to have her number. I'll check.
Richard Ramroop, Marcel Brave Boy, and Eugene. Could you guys put closing comments in the chat, please? Thank you very kindly. Tommy, you still there?
So, Marcia, what you say about joining us?
She said, thanks for the vote of confidence, Gary.
I see Tommy. Tommy Cano coming back in the garage. Tommy!
Rose says she want to work to Marco who thieving the money from the church. I ain't ever really people.
As I said that, Tommy busted and gone, yes? Tommy!
Tommy tired. Let's go.
Yeah, so Rose,
not
Rose, Richard Ramroop, Marcel Brave Boy, and who's the other one there?
I don't remember.
Richard. Oh, Eugene Julian. That's your partner. That we Waffle House partner. Eugene is my partner. Let's go to the Waffle House. Easy. Every time. Yeah. All right. So, all right, Gary. Closing comments.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight. I did enjoy conversating with our chairman, of the PDP, and I'm looking forward to when we meet again. So I would say good night to everyone.
All I want to say, sorry.
Wait, just a minute. It's
gonna be brief.
No, let me see if I get Tommy. Let me see if I wake up Tommy. Tommy!
Nope.
Tommy, stop snoring.
I think Tommy knocked out.
I wanted him to stop snoring, man. He's snoring. Yeah. I think he going on snow. He going back on snow. Go ahead, Anna.
I just want to say to go to sleep with a dream, wake up with a purpose. People stay safe, wash your hands, and like Gary said, everything possible. Until we see you again. Good night, Auf Wiedersehen. This is your global ambassador and poet saying.
I wash everything possible down to the groceries too.
But
good night, yo.
But Diana, Eugene didn't tell me what kind of crabs you used to catch, you know.
I know. And where from?
And where you catch them crab and them from. You understand?
But Diana, you going? On a serious note, I'm not joking. I wash and clean everything that I pick up or make in contact with.
No, the way you said it, Gary, you don't know. You wash everything possible.
Wash everything possible. Vaccine or no vaccine. I'm telling you, look, I have word of a lot of people who are vaccinated are catching COVID. In fact, we have somebody in the UK that's his body's like on fire. He's fully vaccinated.
And they say the money is spreading on the money.
Exactly. Sanitize your hand. I'm on top of my kids, and even though they are grown, I mean, clean your phone. You touch your doorknob, you have your phone in your hand. You're exchanging money. Sanitize.
So that's how it spreads.
The steering wheel. I wash everything.
That money is spread that way, boy.
Yeah, I wipe down the bread when I buy it from the store. And all the fruits and vegetables get washed down. I mean, I ain't playing. I ain't taking no chances. And so far, so good.
Well, rubbing alcohol and hand sanitizer and bleach are my best buddies.
Yeah, so I mean, don't you see a lot of people getting I've noticed a lot of young people, especially out there, they're vaccinated and they're spreading their chest and I'm vaccinated and they're boasting. But let me tell you something, that's a big mistake. Don't fall for that. Because,
of course, folks, in the words of Theodore Roosevelt says, patriotism means to stand by the country. It does not mean to stand by the president or any other public official, save exactly to the degree in which he himself stands by the country. It is patriotic to support him insofar as he efficiently serves the country. It is unpatriotic not to oppose him to the exact extent by inefficiency or otherwise he failed in his duty to stand by the country. In either event, it's unpatriotic not to tell the truth, whether about the president or anyone else. That's Theodore Roosevelt. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. And I'd like to thank the president of the People's Democratic Patriots, Dr. Nedd, for joining us tonight in the village with the DAG triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Dr. Nedd, I want to thank you. We had a very, very, very vibrant discussion and learning more inner details about the PDP in Tobago. Thank you so very kindly. So let me go to the closing comments here in the chat. Marcia Braveboy says, thank you for the PDP representative interview, Ansem, Diana, and Gary. If all goes well, the PDP will win this election. It's only bubble will see yet another PNM victory. That is Marcia Braveboy.
Watch them like a hawk, Marcia.
Yeah. Richard Ramroop says, look around. What is the use of education? Because when children finish school, there's no jobs for children to apply for. Only the jobs the PNM created is unemployment. Please look around, see if you're working.
And I like what Lana says. Lana says, be the woman who fixes another woman's crown without telling the world it was crooked. All right, correct, my sister. All right, my sister.
Full 100. Yeah, Marcel, we saw the thing. Let me go back to see. Who was the other one? Richard Ramroop?
No, your friend. Right, your friend. Hulk Gene.
Oh, Eugene.
Yeah.
Okay. See? Eugene said it was a pleasure listening to the PDP chairman.
So I'm looking forward to having that Marcia on Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah. So, folks, of course, that is it. What we could go out with tonight, boy.
Crazy. You said it was gonna go crazy.
Well, in time to come?
Yeah.
I'll make sure that is one. When we play the bundle one.
Oh Lord.
We get but I know to figure out if it's copyright now. Crazy. In time to come. No, I should play crazy don't like the government.
Or crazy for Prime Minister.
Or crazy for Prime Minister, yeah. As a crazy for Prime Minister. Oh, I started that one. I still not supposed to start that. Now, hold on, eh?
All right. Good night, everyone.
See you. Yeah, man. Audio. Yeah, I think this one good, Diana. This one good. In time to come. There we go here. Pan and me subscribe. Audio. Kaiso Gems Live. Okay, I think this one is good. Yeah, we could get this one. I like that one I played earlier tonight. And I listen to that one really good. Diana, you know In Time to Come? You ever hear that before?
Yeah, I've heard it. Time to come. Somebody gonna go to the moon.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pala polo polo po pa pa pala pala balo po pala lele. Yesterday has come and gone, leaving some of us to mourn. Times we had and friends we lost, and while later took its course, we have seen the many faces of slavery. We have seen the British Empire fall. We have seen Hitler's contribution to history. We have seen the rise and fall of the Berlin Wall. We have seen famines. We have seen wars. As you well imagine, we have seen nothing yet, because in time to come, America will have a black president. In time to come, there's going to be an active world government. In time to come, the world will see human life cheaper than dirt. In time to come, from outer space, aliens will land on the earth. Team Africa will win the World Cup. Marijuana will sell in the shop. Science will produce bread out of stone and then create the first human clone. Technology will reach a new high. Buses and cars will fly in the sky. Trinidad will make a nuclear bomb. In time to come. In time to come. In time to come. Don't doubt that. Tell me. Papa lo polo, papa la la. Pala balo po, pala lele. Moving from the dark ages, man has progressed in stages. Through the stone and iron age, till we turn another page. And we saw the adventures of Alexander, waging war in his obsession for conquest. Inventions like the chariot and the saber, the weapons that put Europe under duress. Mankind achievements sometimes were great, and his glorious moments mark the passage of time. But wait, in time to come, mankind will have a colony on the moon. In time to come, this Calypso will be a top 40 tune. In time to come, scientists will synthesize silver and gold. In time to come, people will have real sex by remote control. The first dead man will come back alive. Cancer and AIDS victims will survive. Babies will born with mustache and beard. Penis and kidneys will be repaired. The government will ban cigarette. Breakfast and lunch will be a tablet. A 2-year-old will split the atom. In time to come. Never hear you? In time to come. One more time. In time to come. Babalo. For this new millennium, mark my word, it was some strange thing we have watched. Some of you gonna look to see that. Balabalo, bala lele, papala. That day when the Wright brothers, after tremendous horrors, got their little plane to soar all of mankind stood in awe. Just like when that great scholar Benjamin Franklin discovered what would be electricity. And again, when Sir Alexander, that kingpin, give the world the first telephone company. But all of that is a drink of rum in our drinking glasses, compared with what is still to come. In time to come, an asteroid will destroy New York City. In time to come, California will submerge under the sea. In time to come, almost every athlete will be bionic. In time to come, every national park will be Jurassic. Explorers will find El Dorado. Computers will compose Calypso. Man will begin to travel in time. Police will stop adultery and crime. People won't go to church anymore, and there will be a gender world war. Preachers will heal the deaf and the dumb. In time to come. In time to come. In time to come. Present. Present. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate that. Nowadays, the things we see have us in a quandary, wondering what will be next in the world of science and sex. We have seen already the tacit acceptance by the world regarding same-gender romance. And we know that according to modern science, life or death could depend on the circumstance. Communication take over now, and in man's expectation, there is nothing time won't allow. Time to come. An exorcist will capture a living ghost. Time to come. A transvestite will become his universe. Time to come. An East Indian will win the Calypso crown. Time to come. Scientists will make old people come back young. Advertisements will light up the skies, and holograms will dazzle the eyes. Women will walk naked in the tongue. Things will go up and never come down. To go to Tobago, people will walk. Monkey and dog will learn how to talk. Satmaraj will have a Negro grandson. Time to come. Time to come. Time to come. Present.